It's the Short Bus Saturday. It's the Short Bus Saturday. It's the Short Bus Saturday. Short Bus Saturday. It's the Short Bus Saturday. It's the Short Bus Saturday. It's the Short Bus Saturday. Short Bus Saturday.
Yo, what's cracking? What's happening? I'm GG. You tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel, man. You feel me? What's going on with y'all out there, man? Shout out to all of y'all out there. I'm listening. I see you, bro. Excalibur, I see you. Indigo Flow, I see you. John Jones, happy birthday, man. Happy birthday to you, bro. Happy birthday, man. Theus Johnson, he says my song, The Short Bus. Hey man, I made that song up in like 2-3 seconds, man. Silly is what it is, but you know, it is what it is. Shout out to PM the Don. Shout out to Adric Hapoy. Shout out to him, man. Shout out to Volcanus, man. Thank you for the donation, bro. Appreciate that. Shout out to Toya. How you doing? She says I love it here. Shout out to you. Shout out. Shout out to Volcanus again, man. Appreciate you, man. And also shout out to Sam C. Indigo Flow, shout out to you too, bro. And Deacon Dave. Roguish Row, Rogos Row, shout out to him as well. But shout out to Sam C. Thank you for the donation. He says that song, big bro. Hey man, that song's silly as hell, man. It's just something I made up, man. It was goofy. I sent it to Marcus. I say, hey man, check this out, man. How you think about this as a theme song? And he left some crying emojis or whatever. But it is what it is, man. But anyway, man, shout out to all y'all out there, man. Shout out to all the people who helped me pay the bills and get things going, man. So that means shout out to Black Men Being Brutally Honest, Binga, Gerard Sheldon, Hostile ADEP, Timothy Blewett, Dar, An Honest Look at the End, Roderick Jackson, Be About Peace and Pleasure, Cutting Up with the Jones, Void Be Free, Zanko, Cornelius Bellamy, Sherlin Woe, Salty Balls, Mike Johnston, No Sleep, Inherently Intuitive, Tell Toya, What's Cracking, Jaztec, Brotherly Love, Devon Love Ridge, Timothy Blewett, Rais Muajid, Wild Bear, Son Rob Barnolis, BGS Ibmore, FA4L Andre, Mantis on Break, Lock Vegas, BMROC, Damian H, Passport OG, Rashid Barnes, Blacksburg 404, Leon, Artisan MC, Dub Will, Mr. Good Dad, Third Coast X, Michael Ross, 63rd Samurai, Ishmael Shamad, The Watcher, The Ruthless Heartless Revelator, Kill the Game, Dr. Thunder, Jason Hales, Charles Finney, Interesting Thought, The Silent Warrior, Naomi Gary, J. Cleveland Green, The Toxic Black Masculinist, Pulpit 28, Larry R., Seth Son, Afro Troop, Show Me, Spain Man, Seven Coast Dojo, Anthony Davis, I'm Just Jules, Ricky Dawson, Stefan True 7360, Mr. Me Too, Call for President, Gold Professor, AKs and Curtains, H-Town, Roguish the Buildmonger, Adrian Thomas, Electrician 480, D. Scott, Path Guy, 74, Pete Rock, Aaron Peters, Vince Lindsay, Quiz the Poet, Black Wizard 80 OS, Shadow Observer, Troy Warren, Mrs. KP Bailey, Alan Wiley, The Face, Life of Commerce, AI Apostle, Jeffrey Speed, Marvin Battle Jr., Adam, Ignatz Mouse, Dr. Tree, 77 Base X, Brian McMurray, Karen S., Charles Rogers, and Rick Ross. Also, Sandra Jean, Charles Gilmore, Greg Berry Little, Mr. Valentino, Doc LaRock, Mark Swift, Odd Collar, Donald Watts, Coach Hotep, Mr. Blue Collar, TD Hip Hop Media, Drew Main, Mr. Heat, Sir Anthony, MLR, Universal 178, Aaron Smith, DHA Kalanja Kala, and WPR1. Also on the Patreon side, shout out to Frank Black, Robert Wicks, Shine Language, Christopher Flowers, Christopher Burton, Daxby the Tetrahedron, J Live, Keith Bass Jr., Nick Albert C., Dr. Ben Vincent, Waffle Weave, Darnell Smith, Excalibur, Pursuer Prisoner, Taz, Dragon 59, J Bailey, Momal, and Asangwa. Big up to all y'all, man. Appreciate you. Also, shout out to Kevin Samuels, David Carroll, and Forrest Windu. Big up to them, man. And y'all deserve a round of applause. Thank you so much for supporting the Green Gorilla channel. You know what? If you're looking to also, support so I can name your name off in the roll call, man, become a member of the channel, man. I encourage that. I would really appreciate that. And here's how you do it, and I'll be back. What's good, everybody? I'm the G with a PhD, and you're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. The place where black men can express themselves freely. Straight up, no chaser. Today I want to introduce you to my new membership program that consists of 5 levels where you can invest in the Green Gorilla channel on a monthly basis and receive level-specific perks. Memberships are special because they improve the quality of the content of the channel and will help me to be able to keep the channel going. Now, to participate in the Green Gorilla channel membership program, all you have to do is hit the join button, which is located right next to the subscribe button on my channel page. Now, for all of my subscribers who decide not to participate in my membership program, nothing will change. The content will keep coming the way it always has. Thanks for watching, and be careful out here, people. Bless. I'm back, man. I'm back at it like a crack addict. You know what I'm saying? Moving up and down and back and forward like a craftmatic. You feel me? So, anyway, man, shout out to all y'all. Thank you for coming today. I brought a guest along, man. His name is Marcus Aurelius, also known as Keep It 100. What's cracking with you, bro?
It's the Shop for Saturday!
I'm fucking with you.
Damn, so it's damn, son.
I'm fucking with you.
It's the Short Bus Saturday. It's the Short Bus Saturday. It's the Short Bus Saturday. Short Bus Saturday. Anyway, man, that shit's stupid, man.
What's going on, man? What's happening?
Ain't nothing
What's
to it,
happening?
man. What's cracking with you, bro? You
What's
good?
happening? Yeah, man. Tonight is my first Patreon live stream. Yeah, man. So I'll be on Patreon tonight, Saturday Night Live. That doesn't mean that I'm not going live on YouTube other nights of the week outside of Patreon. I just want to make that clear. I'm not Patreon exclusive. Just the Saturday nights will be exclusive to Patreon. With motherfuckers getting demonetized and all this other crazy shit. I mean, it's just so much shit that I have that I cannot put on this platform, and a lot of things that I'd like to say that I can't put on this platform. So finally got the Patreon open. There's tiers and shit. So, if you guys want the link, I'll shoot you the link. If you just want to see the Saturday night live stream, there's a tier for that. And then it goes on up from there. And higher the tier, the more shit you see. And I got some shit. So just wanted to, I wanted to say that at the top of the broadcast so I could shameless plug, goddammit. Shameless motherfucking plug.
Well, put the link in the chat, man, to your shit.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know. Do you have the capacity to leave a comment on StreamYard in the chat?
I don't see the
post a comment,
the text field. Right. So I'll just go to the YouTube video and do it. Yeah.
Okay. That's cool. Yeah. But anyway, man, you know what it is, man. It's Short Bus Saturday. We ain't gonna delay it too much longer. Giogami says bus fare. Shout out to Giogami,
that's
man.
fire.
Yeah, that's
fire.
right there. Yeah, man, pay some bus fare, man. Get on the bus, the good old bus today. You ain't got to sit in the back, goddammit. You can sit right in the front of the short bus, man.
Get on the bus.
Get on up. Stay
up.
on the scene.
Get on
like
up.
a set machine. Give it to me. No, man. But yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, bro. So anyway, man, let's get this shit started. I don't make myself big, not because I believe that I am, but because, this is going to be the way we look at these videos. But anyway, man, let's get with this, man.
Right. Let's go.
And my man, thank you to my man. And my man, thank you to my man. And my man, thank you to my man.
Yeah, so we starting early, man. Hold on.
Here
we
we
go
again.
Hold on. We gotta go. We gonna watch that one more time. Just peep what's being done here, man. Peep it out.
And my man, thank you to my man. And my man, thank you to my man. And my man, thank you to my man.
All right, man. What you think, man? What's your initial thoughts about that, man?
Oedipus Complex. Wrote a song about it. Oedipus Complex. You got your, the son, husband, man of the house, syndrome, all of those things, man, it's some incestuous shit, but we love it in our culture. We just love it. We love our little mans to be, his mama's substitute surrogate husband and shit. We love this shit. We love it.
Man,
right? That mothers love it, but wives hate it. I said this years ago, and I'll make it short. Women love their sons to be mama's boys, but they hate to date mama's boys. And it goes back to the thing: women create and they raise the same men that they fucking hate.
Yeah, man. I mean, you got to think about that, man. Look what the little dude was doing. He was fixing his mother's hair, man.
Right.
And his mother's in control of the YouTube account or whatever, the TikTok account or the Instagram account, whatever social media page is being posted on. You can guarantee that the little guy is not the one in control. It's the mom in control. And what is she posting? My man, thank you for my man. That's not your fucking man, man. Your son ain't your man, man. I said this before a long time ago, man. Your son is not your man, man. He ain't your man. But it's like your son is your son. He's your friend. He's your hairdresser. He's your guard dog all in one.
Foot massager, remote
I mean,
control,
come on. Purse grabber, water getter,
pantyhose buyer,
cigarette fetcher.
Right, cigarette fetcher. Woo! Woo! Cigarette fetcher.
Douche gatherer. Sanitary napkin nabber. Come on, man. Like it's
purchaser.
Come on, but you want him to be manly as a motherfucker, but he around you 24/7. Come
Mouse
on, man.
Killer. Roach killer.
Bumping the night detector.
Right. Hey, little man, go downstairs, see what that noise is. Okay, mommy. Go see what that noise is.
It's too much, man. It's just too much, man. But you know, hey, you get what you put in. You know, you pretty much get out of what you put in. So, you know, if you put that in, that's what you get out. It is what it is, man. So, you know, you get what you asked for. Back in the short bus news.
Bitch, didn't I tell you get your ass out my motherfucking shit?
Hold up.
So motherfucking ass
Nigga
bitch.
sat in her car, gang.
Oh, nice. What? This is not your shit. This is not your car. Oh God, bitch. I've been ready. Bitch, I've been ready. Oh God. This is not your shit.
Hold on.
What up?
Just wait.
Sis.
Just wait.
Bitch, sis.
Man, Baby Lee shot this shit.
Sis.
Wait.
Get in my car. Bitch.
even know.
Get in my seat.
I don't even
Just sat in her shit.
Bitch.
I don't even know.
Look at this dumbass.
I don't know what that.
I did.
You know what the fuck going on.
Let me see this weed. Get that weed. Put that bitch in the car. I'm telling you that bitch finna come out.
Baby Lee shot this shit.
What up?
That's my.
Bitch.
That ain't your shit. Say it
World
so loud.
fucking star, dog.
Say it so loud.
Everything we doing is on world star.
Say it so
Thoughts and opinions, man.
Ain't no way. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no way. Ain't no fucking way.
I'm just saying, what's your thoughts, man? What's your thoughts?
I mean, she's saying it's her car. He's saying it's his car. I mean, I don't know what the issue. He, you know, I don't know whether he twisted. Or I don't know what the deal is. Right?
Obviously, he's fucking twisted. But
Right.
the question that I'm asking is, if that's your car and that nigga sitting in the motherfucking seat, how did that motherfucking nigga get in your car when you got the goddamn toot?
Right. Yeah. That was the next thing I was gonna say. I mean, he's in the car. But did he leave? She leave the car open? I don't think so. I don't know. But there better be some tough motherfuckers standing around, you know, backing her up, putting the battery in her back, because she would have got the Larry Holmes fucking with me. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, this motherfucker was sitting in whatever car. I mean, apparently it's her car. I mean, because she's standing on it like, nigga, it's my car. Okay. But why? How is it possible for another individual to sit in your car? And then, let's say, for example, you do find someone in your car, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're not supposed to be there.
Right.
And you're at a nightclub and you're drunk, they're drunk as fuck, and mistakes do happen. Right. But if this motherfucker is not trying to steal your car or steal anything in the contents of the car, then you can say, hey man, bro, you're fucked up. Let me get you some help. Let me get some security. Let me call the police. Anything I can do. Is there anybody here that you're with, or you by yourself? Like, apparently this motherfucker needs help. Does it not seem that way?
See, shout out to Coach Lamont. I was thinking the same thing. He paid for the car. I was thinking that you know, he might have made some. It was her car that he paid for her car or something. I was thinking that. I don't know. Or it could be what you're saying. It could be, you know, he just got in the wrong. But how do you get in the wrong car?
Bruh, that don't look. All I'm gonna say is, man, just look. Does this seem like? All right, so let's trace the steps of this shit. Let's retrace the steps of this, man. That's a girl dude, man. You know what I'm saying? If you ask me, that's a girl dude. But everybody will rush to this motherfucker's defense if motherfucking hands get put on her ass. Everybody be like, that's a whole full female. No, it ain't.
Right.
That's not a whole full fucking female. That's a hyena right there. False penis and all. Sorry.
Gaio Gami says that he thinks the dude might have been trying to steal a car. He ain't dressed to steal cars, bro.
No, that
Like
nigga just left the club and just fucked up out of his mind. He can't even stand up straight. That's not how a carjacker operates, dog.
Nah.
Let's keep it a buck, man. Know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, I know niggas that jack cars as youngsters. Shit. That's not the MO, dog.
Nah, not at all.
That's not how you get that off, dog. I'm sorry.
Nah, she would have got knocked the fuck out fucking with me.
Bitch, did I tell you get your ass out my motherfucking shit?
Yeah, he's done. He's finished.
Your motherfucking ass
Nigga
back.
sat in her car, gang.
All nation.
Now, first of all, this is in Chicago, okay? I can tell you that right now. Because if a motherfucker say own nation, they talking about folks, man, straight up. They talking about phone them, okay? So that's some Chicago shit right there. I guarantee you that. But anyway, own nation. So this bitch is talking, she quoting some gang shit. Okay.
What? This is not your shit. This is not your car.
Now, I can understand that. If a motherfucker in your shit, I understand that you can be like, hold on, wait a minute. That's a problem. You know what I'm saying? But then you got to see the condition of the motherfucker. You know, like, hey, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, wait a minute. This motherfucker fucked up, okay? Might have made a mistake. But how did you get in my shit to beginning with? You know what I'm saying? Like, how are you sitting in my car? That's what I don't understand. I just don't get it.
Well, I mean, you want uncivilized folks to think like civilized folks, and that ain't gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? You know, it don't make sense to me. It makes sense to her because she wants the smoke. She, you know, these women get off on being able to put hands on men with no consequences. They get off on it. They get off on that. It's a you know, it's a thing for them. I slap niggas. I'm a woman and I slap niggas. You know, it's a thing for them. It's like a white man being able to say the N-word. Women love being able to put hands on dudes with no consequences. So
Yeah, man. That's some
it
bullshit.
it doesn't matter what the premise is, but yeah.
Oh God, bitch. I've been ready. Bitch, I've been ready.
She been ready.
Yeah.
She ready to put hands on a nigga. She been ready.
They want to feel tough. They want to feel like niggas.
Oh God, this is not your shit. What up?
Just wait.
Sis.
Just wait.
Bitch, sis.
Man, Baby Lee shot this shit.
Sis.
Wait.
Get in my car.
I don't
Bitch.
even know.
I
don't even
Just
know.
sat in her shit.
I don't even know.
It is dumbass.
And look, the woman comes out and starts to fucking move the man away like he's the one fucking assaulting this bitch.
Yeah, for
I don't
men,
fucking you should be getting this chick away from this nigga.
oh, you know, the penalty for anything a nigga do is an ass whipping to death. Oh, he's saying the dude is like, he was just sitting in her car, dog. Like,
and that's the cat ass shit. Them two dudes that sitting there observing the scene
and recording.
and recording it. I don't know who's the bigger bitches, man. The chicks or them dudes, man. Real talk.
Yeah, because it's entertaining until a bitch gets slapped in the face. It's entertaining. It's funny until one of them get hurt, and then it's, hey, dog.
You shouldn't be doing doing that to no female.
Right. You know, you sit in a car that, again, everything, the penalty, death. Nigga run a stop sign, death. Nigga drink the wrong drink, death. Nigga run too fast, death. Nigga breathe too hard, death. Death, death, death. Everything death. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, they entertained by, oh, she get beat up by a girl until he slaps somebody. Then he got to get shot for that. There's no wins. You know what I'm saying? There's no wins. That's a female.
No, that's a whole female.
That's a female.
That's a whole woman.
Okay.
Anyway, man, let's push through this shit, man. Fuck it, man. We already know, man. First of all, I'm just saying, look, I know a whole bunch of niggas in Chicago, bruh. Lot of Chicago cats, man. Real talk. And I got 3 brothers from Chicago, 2 sisters that live in Chicago. I done been in Chicago up and down that motherfucker. The west side, south side, Hyde Park area, you know what I'm saying, around Chicago, University of Chicago, all that shit. I done been around there, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, you know, chicks from Chicago can be a little aggressive, you know what I'm saying? But come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. This right here is just, it's too much, man. Now, if you knock the shit and fire from my ass, it's going to be a problem, right?
I mean, motherfuckers get shot in Chicago every day. To be honest, this is lightweight for Chicago.
Look at Dr. Thunder weighing in. Look, hey, unexpectedly. He said, man, equal rights mean equal lefts. She needs a 2-piece. Bing, bing, Popeyes, baby.
It's pretty shocking coming from Dr. Thunder.
Yeah, but I mean, look, at the end of the day, man, she, in my viewpoint, real talk, she deserves a 3-piece for real.
Dr. Thunder got them.
Let me take that off the screen. I'm gonna undo that part. I'm gonna go back and edit that. I don't want nobody to see Dr. Thunder saying no shit.
That got them reverend hands. You know the reverend with Leo and the bear. He got the reverend fucking bear paw and shit. Black. Slap fucking skin off, motherfucker.
but at the end of the day, man, you know, look, I just believe that this right here is this is some ghetto shit right here, man. Absolute ghetto. And yeah. I don't think everybody from the ghetto engages in egregious and, you know, absolute immoral behavior, but this is some bullshit here, man. This is some bullshit, man. This is some fucking trifling nigga shit. And we act as if trifling nigga shit is the specific and the precise domain of the black male. But no, it's not. The ghetto is not the specific and the solitary domain of the male. It resides in the black woman too. Because this is some ghetto shit. Anyway, shout out to the Mississippi Delta guy, man. Appreciate that generous and kind donation, sir. You know. Again, man, I don't know who the bigger bitches are, man. The ones doing this shit or, you know, the niggas recording this and acting like it's funny. Until that motherfucker go get the motherfucking jammy. Like I said, I know motherfuckers from Chicago, and I've seen niggas from Chicago drunk. And, like, I got a cousin, man. I ain't gonna say what the name is, but he was in St. Louis, and a chick got ignorant with him in St. Louis. Stupid ignorant. And, you know, start getting aggressive with him and shit. We all outside of the club and shit. And, she started talking ignorant to my, you know, my cousin and shit. I'm like, hey, man, let's go, bro. But, you know, he was trying to talk to one of her friends, and her friends was game. But for whatever reason, you know, she kept going off on my, you know, my cousin and shit. And she was like, man, you bitch ass nigga, blah, blah, blah. And old boy was like, look, man, that's the last time I'll be a bitch ass nigga. Bitch, I'm a motherfucking pimp. You better understand that shit. I'm a gangster too. I don't play like that. She called him bitch ass nigga another time, and he slapped the shit out of her ass. I'm talking about fucking backhanded her. Then she was, oh. I said, hey man, it's time to go. Get in the car right now. V, J, C, A, get in the car right now. All you niggas get in the car. And then my brother though, he's the only nigga. My brother, man, is the only nigga I know, man, who can go to an all-black club and end up with 2 white bitches. The only nigga, man. The only motherfucker I know. But anyway, we ended up driving these motherfuckers in the car, and I ended up putting their asses out the car. I ended up putting them on the street. Some snow bunnies. Yeah, I did. I put their ass on the street. Get the fuck out now. Holla at you.
Wow, what they do?
They start talking. They got a little lippy in the vehicle.
Oh, they got a little lippy. Okay.
They got a little lippy. I say, like there is a sidewalk here. This is not this is before Uber and Lyft and all that shit. But they got the talking shit. I'm like, hey man, lady. First and foremost, not that I don't dislike white ladies, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is, man. It's 4 niggas in the car and 2 white girls, and we in Northside St. Louis, man. The shit don't add up, man. The shit don't add up, bro. So anyway, you know what I'm saying? Like the police see some shit like that, they liable to fucking have a conniption or something like that. What you doing with these fucking white girls here? You know what I'm saying? But that's my brother for you, man. And then my cousin who slapped backhanded the chick ended up having a menage with 2 random bitches at a hotel. This dude wild as a motherfucker, man. I got stories about this guy. I can't really tell him. I can tell him because I ain't gonna say his name. He's just a wild guy, man. Wild dude. But anyway, man, back. Let's get back to this, man.
I don't know what I did.
You know what the fuck going on.
Let me see this. Get that weed. Put that bitch in the car. I'm telling you that bitch finna come out.
Baby Lee shot this shit.
What up?
That's my
Bitch.
Now, let me just say this. She done assaulted this man on 4 different occasions after he done exited her vehicle. If that's her vehicle. And apparently this Negro is drunk. There is no doubt in my mind this guy is drunk or high.
My thing is, if it was a mistake and that's not his car and he don't know these people, why doesn't he just leave?
He need to leave, man. But he probably don't know to leave. He fucked up.
He don't know to leave?
He's fucked up, bro.
I mean, I get fucked up, but shit, I want to get away from the danger. If I'm fucked up, you know what I'm saying? That's the danger. There's 2 chicks on you. Chick that took a wig off and constantly physically attacking you. If fucking insult, she's on this dude. Get away from the motherfucking danger. The danger, nigga.
Yeah, it couldn't have been me though. I ain't gonna lie. I'd have put the 3-piece on her. Pop.
Bitch.
That ain't so shit.
World fucking star, dog. Everything we doing is going
Look at
world
this
star.
chick, man.
Yeah, they got batteries in their back. Whoever's recording that got them bold enough to do that. That they protecting them girls. Whoever's recording is, if you look in the reflection of the glass behind them, you can see a few dudes standing around. And that the only reason them girls are able to do that is because them dudes is there. Trust me. Shout out to Corbett Goodwin for that Cash App.
Shout out to Corbett Goodwin. I ain't even looking at my phone right now. I don't know if nobody Cash App me or not, man. But I guess my phone is lonely. Hit me on the telephone. I take the Cash Apps too, man. Anyway, let's get back on with this thing, man.
No doubt.
Fuck Ford, fuck Adidas, fuck Netflix too, fuck Starbucks, Barbie, Whoopi and View, fuck Biden, Kamala, AOC, fuck Snuffleupagus down on Sesame Street, can't take it no more. Give me Trump 22-4, Sleepy Joe, don't let the door hit your ass on the way out, fuck
sent it to me, so what's your thoughts, man? You sent the shit.
Right. So I'm thinking this is the same dude that made the Try This in a Small Town, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So a couple of things, right? So, this is, hillbilly motherfucker, singing about, I'm gonna just call it what it is. He's singing about, fuck the liberals and this and that. And, it's dog whistling. When you say fuck the liberals, you're really saying something else, right? It ain't a political statement about a political party. It's, fuck them niggas over there, right? At least that's how, that's what it sounds, is what it means to me when I hear that. And not to say that every black person is a liberal. What I'm saying is that is the context that they're using. I don't give a fuck whether y'all agree with me or not. Now, moving right along. Yeah, because I already know I'm gonna get some comments. No, that's not what that means. Yeah, sure. All right, yeah. They mean exactly what you mean when they say it and you say it, right? So when they say nigga, they mean my man, right? Yeah, okay. Fuck out of here. So anyway, as I was saying, what I find interesting is, okay, you see the woman on the bottom, she's reacting to this song. And what I find very interesting is, he's talking about Biden and this and that and the other. And, liberals, the Democratic Party is usually the party of feminism, right? But you got a blonde-haired chick on the bottom of this split screen, reacting to this, positively, right? Which goes back to what we say is these white women are white first, women second. And black women are women first, black second. These women, these right-wing, conservative, Southern women support their men and their political ideologies, even if it doesn't necessarily ride with whatever feminism bullshit, the left is on, right? Even if it goes against maybe some of their sensibilities, right? Because at the end of the day, they know that they have to support this so-called patriarchy because it benefits them, right? They are white first, women second. They know damn well if white men fall out of favor and out of power in America, their situation changes, their reality changes. You understand? And that's what that symbolizes to me. Him singing the song, none of that shit bothers me. But that's what just looking at that's what that says to me. Go ahead, bro.
Look, man, I did a show the other day. I know I got heat for it, I guess. Nobody really came outright and said anything. There were a few comments in the chat that were like, what do you really are? What are you really about, GG? I'm like, look, man, I've already expressed my distaste for some of the policies in the left. I've already said it, I've already said, on numerous occasions that, I have an issue with the gynocracy, and I got an issue with, black girl magic. I got an issue with BLM. I got an issue with intolerance on the left. I got an issue with the welfare state. I said all that. I got an issue with that shit. I've been, like, if you look at my shows, all I do is talk about the left, really, primarily. Okay? But here's the thing. We're not going to sit here and make pretend that the Republican Party, I'm not going to pretend that the Republican Party is like the party of Lincoln. I'm not about to do that, man.
Right.
Because this is not the Republican Party today is not the party of Lincoln. I'm sorry, it's not. It's not. And I've already gone over the details. The Republican Party today is a party that used to be primarily Southern Democrats. They call them Dixiecrats. Those are the people now who are Republicans in the Republican Party, bro.
Right.
It's the facts.
Right.
It's the facts, man. Now, you can say what you have a distaste about the fucking left. Okay, cool. I'm
Right.
with it. I know what my distaste with the left is, but I'm not going to pretend that the right that Southern Democrats, man, they weren't fucking part of the Confederate Army, bruh. I'm not gonna play games with that.
Right.
I'm not gonna sit here and lie because you hate bitches and shit. You mad at these hoes, so I'm supposed to pretend that these white boys wasn't part of the fucking Confederate Army, dog.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, I'm not gonna sit here and make pretend that these Southern Dixiecrats, man, wasn't part of the fucking Ku Klux Klan, dog. Now, look, people can change. Parties can change.
Mm-hmm.
There are people who, like so-called, who were Southern Democrats, like Senator Robert Byrd. Well, he wasn't really actually a Democrat, but you got people like Bilbo from Mississippi, who the staunch fucking racist Democrat, segregationist, okay, Mississippi senator. But then you got people like, Strom Thurmond, who supposedly changed his tune, who is the mentor of Joe Biden. I mean, I'm not saying people can't change, but I'm saying, come on, bro. Like, don't fuck. All I'm asking for you guys is to be, I'm just saying, be aware, nigga. These crackers will murder your motherfucking ass, dog. You acting like these white boys won't put your motherfucking ass on a tree, nigga. The history is they'll put your ass on a tree, dog.
But we're
now
not
tell me what the fucking history of this country is, nigga. I'll show it to you. Fuck talking, nigga. I'll show it to you, dog.
But we're different, GG.
I will show it to you, nigga. Nigga, I will show it to you, dog. Hold on, we gonna stop right here. Now, look, I don't care what you think. I don't care how you feel. The reality is the reality, nigga. The reality is these people will hang your fucking ass on a tree, dog.
They do. They still do.
They will hang your motherfucker. This is what America first meant. So when you talk about make America great again, this is what these motherfuckers is talking about, man. And you solely tripping off hoes and shit. You squarely only tripping off these bitches out here, man. That's all you niggas thinking about is the bitches. What these bitches did, what these bitches on, what the bitches is doing, what the gay motherfuckers is doing and all this shit. You
and
only give a fuck about that, but you gonna forget that these motherfuckers was part of the Klan and was part of the motherfucking Confederate Army, nigga. So fuck all that. Just ignore all that. Fuck that, cause you hate these bitches out here. I'm saying I got a problem with these bitches too, more than a whole bunch of you niggas, man. Cause a lot of y'all mad at these hoes cause you can't get access to the pussy, nigga. Real talk.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of you niggas pissed off with these hoes cause they ain't giving you no play. You can't get to first base and you mad at these hoes over that fuck shit. Nigga, you need to get your motherfucking game up. Or get your body up, get your money up, whatever the fuck you need to do. Your attitude, your charisma up, your whatever the fuck you want to call it. Get your mind right, man. And then maybe you'll get some hoes. But at the end of the day, man, I'm not about to forget the history of these people because I hate these hoes, man. I'm not about to do that shit, bro. I'm not about to do it, dog. I'm not about to play games.
AG, the funny
look,
thing.
Chukwe, I don't give a fuck what you saying, bro.
Right.
I don't care what you saying, nigga. Because at the end of the day, you'll have your nigga moment too. They'll put your Chukwe, Igwe ass, they'll put your motherfucking ass on a nigga train too.
That's right.
Straight up.
That's right.
They'll treat you like the nigga you are too. Straight up. Now, it ain't no strange secret that these people deviated to the Republican Party precisely because the Democratic Party started to support and endorse civil rights, bro. It ain't no fucking strange secret, man.
Mm-hmm.
This is the reason why they went to the fucking Republican Party. Because they got tired of what? These fucking Democrats giving over to these fucking mongrel niggers. This is the reason why they went to the fucking Republican Party.
And we know exactly the point in history it happened to.
But stop fucking pretending that these motherfuckers love you all of a sudden. Like they looking out for you. Like they fucking got your best interest at heart all of a sudden. Come on, nigga. I want any of you motherfuckers to tell me right straight up right now. When was it ever the case that because white men were about pro-masculinity, that they were also about pro-black male masculinity? When, nigga?
Right.
When?
Tell me when the NRA fight for your black ass gun rights.
Tell me when, nigga. Tell me when, nigga. I'm saying tell me when pro-white masculinity was ever coextensive and equal to pro-black masculinity, nigga. When? Demonstrate it, bitch, nigga. Cause I'll come over this motherfucker and smack the shit out of you for this shit. This some real shit I'm talking about now. Fuck you hoe ass niggas. And your dick sucking for these motherfucking crackers, man. Fuck that shit. Fuck y'all in that bullshit. Yo, a lot of you niggas is some motherfucking step and fetch it monkey ass niggas. Fuck that shit. And you can unsubscribe, unfucking like, unshare. Get the fuck out of here, man. I'm not about to start sucking white people's dick because you motherfuckers got a problem with some hoes. Fuck that shit.
But you know, the funny thing,
man, fuck these hoe ass niggas, dude. You a bitch nigga for that shit. I'm calling it what it is.
It's always
fuck that African shit, man. Fuck you. Right. You need to go back to your fucking mother country and see how them goddamn white people over there treating Africans, motherfucker. You act like they treating Africans with the utmost fucking respect. You got 99 problems in your own fucking continent, bitch nigga.
I want to see continental Africans.
He's a whole ass nigga. Fuck that bitch nigga. Don't come to my channel no more, nigga. Stay the fuck away from my channel, nigga. Stay the fuck away from my channel, nigga.
I want to hear them.
You heard it. I said it. Get the fuck away from my channel, nigga.
The colonizers.
Don't come here no more, dog.
Nah, promote the colonizers. Nah, fuck these pilgrims over here. Talk that shit about the colonizers who's stealing your land on the continent.
They still all up in your shit.
They don't got that same energy for the motherfuckers that got you digging for diamonds and all that other shit.
Got you making they cell phones and shit. Got your iridium and all kind of motherfucking minerals in your country, your fucking continent.
Cause that shit is white supremacy too. So don't come over here talking about how great
take your bitch ass to your fucking goddamn continent, nigga, and talk about what white people doing in your shit. Stay the fuck off my channel, man. Get the fuck out of here. You done, nigga. Man, delete that nigga, man. I don't want this nigga back here, bro.
The Africans, you know.
Fuck this nigga, man. Get this nigga out of here, man.
The white born.
Get that nigga out of here, man. At the end of the day, all I'm saying is this, bro. At the end of the fucking day, I'm not about to pretend that these motherfuckers wasn't on no clan shit because you hate hoes. I'm not about to do it, bro. Now, you can do whatever the fuck you want to. You can vote for whoever you want to. But I'm not about to pretend that these motherfuckers wasn't hanging niggas from trees, bro.
In suits.
I'm not about to do that shit, man.
In hard bottoms.
I'm not about to play games with this shit, man. You niggas think this shit's some sort of game, bro.
You know, hey, G. You know the crazy shit? I just finished saying how this white woman is white first, a woman second, right? Niggas will agree with that, right? But then turn around and tell us, well, we ain't got no issues with white supremacy as men, right? We got 99 problems and white supremacy ain't one, right?
But women's supremacy is a thing, though, right? You mad at these hoes about that shit?
No, but what I'm saying is you flip it, and we're supposed to be men first, black second, right? Now, I am far from B1 in the context of the Jason Blacks, but what I'm also saying is I'm not going to be on some allegiance to this shit that's on screen right now. Now,
hey, bro, look, at the end of the day, bro, look, a lot of you niggas are willing to forget what's in your face because you hate these hoes.
Bro,
Now,
these
look,
motherfuckers
I
from
got
other
some
places-
issues with these hoes. Bottom line, I got issues with feminism. I done told you what they are. I have said it on numerous fucking occasions. I ain't telling you who to vote for, but you're not gonna sit here and lie and play some sort of fucking game with me and act like white boys ain't white boying and white girls ain't white girling like they ain't on some Klan shit.
Africans
Like we
don't
supposed to
have
forget all about that. Oh, we supposed to forget all about that because you like what? The masculinity? Fuck out of here, man. The last time I checked, man, when white boys was in control on some masculinity shit, they was calling niggas boys, bruh.
Right.
They was calling niggas boys, bruh. I'm not about to sit here and play games with you niggas over this whole ass shit. I know you mad at these bitches. I know you mad at the left and you got reason to be. But don't be a fucking goddamn fool and then start sucking white people's dick. Cause you mad at these hoes out here, man. Fuck that.
They waiting for the white man to take welfare and all this shit off the table so the hoes can come back. Let me tell you.
Man,
G,
you niggas are, man, that's some sucker shit. That's some bitch made shit, nigga.
A lot of these people that's from and again I'm from a mixed community, but let's keep it fucking real. When these motherfuckers is talking that shit, and it ain't everybody, but we hear it a lot. And when these motherfuckers talk that shit, understand, G, it's not that they forgot, they wasn't here for it. They wasn't here for it.
That nigga ain't dumb. He know history. He know what the fuck history is.
He know what history is, but it's not his history to resonate with. See, if we talk about the Dutch and the Portuguese, the motherfuckers that's over there fucking Africa up, and you talk about them, that's when them niggas getting their feelings. But when you talk about our shit over here, then it's the scary white man. Motherfucker, the white man in Africa scaring your ass. Because you ain't running shit over there.
The Chinese
And the Chinese, they the new white man.
and the Russians about to be running shit with some more white motherfuckers over there. Okay? So at the end of the day, look, all I'm trying to tell you is you might not think white supremacy is a motherfucking problem, nigga, but you go ahead and suck on a white man's dick if you want to, but you ain't gonna be over here trying to motherfucking shame me because your ass got a motherfucking Django problem, nigga. You can get the fuck out of here. You done, nigga. You don't donate, do shit over here, but talk a bunch of bullshit any goddamn way. So you can stay the fuck from over here.
My thing is, if it's Wakanda over there, why leave? Motherfuckers talk like it's Wakanda out that motherfucker.
But I don't want motherfuckers to lose sight that it's American niggas over here jocking these goddamn Republicans too.
Right? Yeah.
Now, look, you can vote for whoever the fuck you want to. You can vote for what. I'm not saying you can't. Look, you can vote for Democrats if you want to. You can vote for motherfucking Republicans if you want to. But you're not gonna sit here and tell me a fucking lie and act like these people who Republicans love Negroes and looking out for their best interests.
Right.
That's some bullshit. I'm not about to sit here and play games with that, bro. I'm not about to sit here and lie and let you lie to me talking about some manhood and masculinity shit when you know full fucking well, man. The last time these motherfuckers was on some white masculinity shit, they was on some white masculinity in a motherfucking white hood. Telling your black ass, you's a boy. Know your place, boy. Then we supposed to forget about it and act like the shit never did happen. Fuck that shit, man. I got a problem with women, but the enemy of your enemy ain't necessarily your friend, motherfucker. That's a fact.
There you go.
The enemy of your enemy ain't necessarily your friend. Get that shit in your head. You motherfuckers, because they got like only two parties in America, you feel like the only political possibilities and potentialities are circumscribed by the fucking game they set up. That's bullshit to me, man. I know what these motherfuckers have done. I'm not a fool, man. I'm not gonna sit here and play games because you niggas wanna play daddy and shit. You mad at these bitches? Fuck. It is what it is.
Listen, but we know the relationship of, you know, not just continental or Caribbean blacks and white folks is different from American blacks. We know that. We know it. I'm from New York City. You can't game me with the bullshit. We know it. We know that you guys deal with white people differently than we do. And we know that they deal with you differently than they deal with us. So miss niggas with that, oh, white supremacy ain't affecting me shit, because we know you got taps on your shoes half the time, motherfucker. We know it. We see it. It's in our face. Okay? Aside from that, as far as Black Americans who play that game, that's what Gigi is talking about right now. It's really about you're to spite the hoes. You're trying to spite the hoes.
If your entire politics, if your whole life is hoe-centered, then nigga, you need to go, man. All you doing is you're in an endless loop of hoes, of hoe tactics that you'll never be able to escape. Fuck that shit, man.
A lot of, you know, I ain't gonna say everybody, but a lot of black men that are on the right are pretty much black culture rejects. They're black culture rejects. Either they're black woman rejects or they're black culture rejects. They're motherfuckers who couldn't fit into black culture, black society. And I'm not necessarily saying black culture is great in all of its shit. There are great aspects to black culture and there's bad parts of it, but there are things that these men wanted to be accepted in black culture that they weren't able to fit in. So they want to burn the club down with everybody in it.
Hey man, look, at the end of the day, man, I'm not gonna cut my nose off to spite my face. I'm not gonna make pretend that some white boy in the South with a cowboy hat on singing, you know, fuck goddamn Bud Light and Ford, like that motherfucker love Negroes and he's worried about their plight and shit. I'm not about to do that, man. I'm not about to, like, I could even be like, yeah, I agree, fuck Bud Light and Ford. And country music, I've been saying fuck country music television long time ago. Been saying that shit. I've been saying fuck all this shit they talking about, but here's the thing though. Here's the difference. They gave birth to the woke bullshit. The reason we stuck in all this woke shit right now is because instead of doing right by so-called black men acknowledging their manhood the way it should have been done since the motherfucking goddamn the Civil Rights Act in the fucking 19th century, the middle. All they had to do was give it up and treat us like men then. Couldn't fucking do it. So they ushered in Jim Crow. They had the chance during the Civil Rights Act, but you let white bitches fucking hijack it. And guess who's responsible for all the woke politics and all that shit? It's white women in the fucking academy.
And they're black.
You see any of these motherfucking white bitches trying to give up their jobs and shit? No, I mean, look, there's some good white people out here. I'm not saying it's not.
Right.
I'm not saying it's not. But come on, man, let's just get fucking real about this shit. I'm not about to sit here and act like history ain't what it is because you mad at these hoes out here. I'm not about to play that game, bro.
Yo,
I'm not about to do that shit. We wouldn't be in any of this woke fucking mess at all if they treated black men with fucking respect. Bottom fucking line. Wouldn't have been a need for any of this shit.
So let me address this comment that's on the screen, if you don't mind. So Bob Brown says, Keep It 100 is stuck in the early 90s and has a resentment for West Indians that were slaves too. So, first of all, you know, because motherfuckers is dumb, okay? Motherfuckers are stupid. You could tell a motherfucker 80 times that you grew up in a section of New York that was flooded with West Indians. You could tell them that you went to Jamaica. You could tell them that you've been to St. Elizabeth and you know, Montego Bay and all over the fucking island with Jamaicans, motherfucker. I didn't go down there and stay in a hotel. Okay? There's no aspect of your slang and your dialect that I do not understand. And there's nothing about what you eat in your culture and your music that I don't know about. Okay? Whether it be Jamaican, Trini, people from Grenada, you know what I'm saying? All over the Caribbean. I grew up in Caribbean culture. So this, oh, he has a resentment. The thing that I don't like about dumb motherfuckers, and yes, I'm calling you a dumb motherfucker, is that if you express some truth about the relationship between you and someone else, they call it hate. Just like they'd say we hate black women because we tell the truth about them. If you tell the truth about the small-hatted people, then you hate them. Anybody you tell the truth about, you hate. Let me tell you something, bro. Again, I've been around West Indians all my life. I understand the culture as it relates to Black Americans with West Indians and how West Indians relate to white people. It's a fucking fact. That has nothing to do with anybody hating anybody. You can't tell me shit, my nigga. You can't tell me shit. That's like white people telling me that when they're in a room full of white people, ain't no niggas there, nobody uses the N-word. Motherfucker, you can't tell me shit about Caribbean culture that I don't fucking know, bro. And anybody here from the continent, you can't tell me anything about the relationship between Black Americans and continental Africans that I don't fucking know. I grew up in the shit. All right. And you're stuck on my dick, Bob Brown. And that probably ain't your name, but I don't care. These motherfuckers, anytime you stick up for your shit, these motherfuckers will have a whole parade waving their flags. As soon as you stick up for your Black American culture, now you hate somebody. Nigga, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
So look, here's the reality. Look, here's the reality, bro. I'm gonna show you something. Here's the reality, bro. I said this a long time. This is just one woman, but I do agree with what she has to say here. Okay?
You see, the word sexism was created to replace the word racism.
Before we talking about the second wave feminist movement, there is no motherfucking secret, no denying that the civil rights movement for black people started prior to the second wave feminist movement, man. It's a fact. They hijacked the language of racism and then they came in with their own language, sexism, and tried to equate what was going on with sex to the same kind of political oppression that was taking place related to race. Now, I just showed you pictures of white women in the fucking Klan who actually were doing what they could to make sure that black people stayed in a subservient position, men included. And listen to what she says.
Women's studies was created to replace black studies.
So there you have it. If all we had was black studies and people who were actually working in the paradigm that started off in the 60s and the 70s, which was radical black political, thinking and theorizing, unadulterated, untouched by white women in the academy tampering and filtering and picking and choosing, we would have an entirely different subject matter altogether. But they took over the academy. Mm-hmm. I ain't gonna say they took over the whole academy, but they left unchecked. So when you talk about woke shit came into being because white women brought it into being. It is what the fuck it is. This is the motherfucking problem of their own making. Because they want to prevent niggas from having something. All they had to do was just treat black people like fucking human beings from the fucking civil rights onward. I mean, from the Civil War onward. Couldn't fucking do it. At the Civil Rights Act, the Civil Rights Movement at 64 to 7, all they had to do was just treat us fairly from now on in. Couldn't fucking do it. Now I got my problems with the left. I got a whole bunch of issues. Most of what I've been talking about on this channel is my issues with the left.
Mm-hmm. We all do.
That's most of what I do, is criticize the left. But you're not going to sit here and tell me that the problems with the right, that all these motherfuckers love niggas, man. Fuck that shit, man. I'm not about to do it, bro.
You know what they'll tell you? Gee, oh, you looking for somebody to love you. You want a hug. You want a hug.
Fuck all that, man. I'm not about to play games, man.
Right.
I'm not about to do that shit. For what?
Why you want white people to love you, G?
Fuck all that, man. I'm not about to play these games, man. Cause you mad at hoes. Fuck all that, man. I'm not about to do that, bro. And I'm mad. I got more of a reason to be mad at most of these bitches out here than any of you fuck niggas. I'm keeping it 1,000, nigga, when I say that shit too. Most of you niggas mad at these hoes because you ain't got no pussy. That's it.
This motherfucker just
y'all ain't never lost shit related to this.
Slaves got paid, is what this guy just said. Be careful, brother.
That's a white dude, man.
I know. I mean, I think he cool, man, but
I don't hate all white folks, man, because I'm not really into hate. But I'm not into denying what the fuck occurred either.
Yeah, we ain't about to rewrite shit. Knock that off.
I'm not about to rewrite history, man. Because you motherfuckers mad at these bitches out here, man. I'm not about to play games with y'all, man. Y'all can do that shit elsewhere. I ain't about to start motherfucking wrapping my fucking arms around a white man's legs because you mad at these bitches out here, man. I'm not about to do it, man. I'm not doing that. You can do that on your own time. I try to tell you motherfuckers, I want any conservative motherfucker in the black manosphere, I want any motherfucker, I will leave the link, any motherfucker out here, tell me when it was a time in American history when the elevation of white masculinity by necessity and in an equal measure added up to the same kind of respect for black masculinity. When?
Dred Scott, baby.
When?
2 words, Dred Scott.
When? I want a motherfucking black conservative to come fuck with me and tell me right the fuck now.
We know the history.
Tell me that shit.
No,
I got my issues with the left. I got my fucking issues with the left. I got my goddamn issues with the left.
You can say it 8 more times. These dumb niggas ain't gonna hear you.
I dare any one of you conservative niggas to come tell me when it was a time in U.S. history when white masculinity being respected in the utmost fashion added up to an equal and an equivalent amount of respect for black men and masculinity.
Flat maleness.
When? When? That's a formal invitation to any conservative nigga in the black manosphere or outside of it. Whether he's known or unknown, whether he's in the media or not, whether you're in the academy or in the fucking corporate world, I dare you.
The link is there, fellas. What's going on, Kobe? I see you. Link is there. Come on in, right wingers. We here.
Motherfuckers didn't respect Booker T. Washington. That's the shit that fucks me up. Booker T. Washington wasn't getting no fucking respect. They didn't respect this goddamn masculinity. They made that nigga go to the back of the fucking goddamn hotel just like any other black man. They made his ass go to the back of the bus just like anybody else. Now we acting like all of a sudden these motherfuckers care about us and shit. Oh, well, I don't like the left. Now they all of a sudden love us and shit because you mad at these bitches. Man, I need to bring Daffy back up with you're fucking despicable. That shit pisses me off. Like I'm not about to play games with you dudes, man. And a lot of y'all hate these bitches because you ain't got no pussy. That's it. Because you're a square, educated lame and the hoes don't fuck with you. Type of bum ass shit is that? You ready to put your dick on the chopping block? You gonna be at the motherfucking bonfire and shit. And you know, you ever seen like the fucking shows on TV where motherfuckers don't know they about to get cooked and shit? They the main course. They like seeing everything get cooked. Like, smells good. Then your feet under the fire, nigga.
We're gonna have roast rabbit. We're gonna have roast rabbit. We're gonna have roast.
Come on, man. Look, man, I'm just saying, come on, man. Let's use your heads, man. Don't be stupid. Use your brains, man. I'm pissed off at these bitches too. But come on, man. I'm not about to fucking cut off my left arm for these hoes because I'm mad at these chicks. Fuck that, man.
These niggas will run up in a clan meeting talking about, yeah, fuck these bitches.
What type of dumb shit is that, man? I mean, I was dumb. I'm some dumb. I ain't plumb dumb. And I can understand you got a difference of values with, you know, the left and the whole progressiveness, the anti-family shit. I get it. But don't act like because they are pro-family, white people been pro-black family. That's some bullshit.
Let's get to the next clip.
These arguments that they bring about bills relating to LGBTQ, they'll never say them to the Arabs. They'll never go to Kuwait. They'll never go to Bahrain. They'll never go to Brunei. They'll never go to Saudi Arabia. They'll never go to Indonesia to tell them. It is Africans who they think are tails to be wagged. So on this issue, the government of the Uganda and the people of Uganda, I am with them 100%. There is no freedom outside of the law.
How do you balance
the
decision or the right to choose?
Choose what? The choice must be limited according to the mores of a different community. And in any event, should we be talking about LGBTQ when we have no food on the table? And the danger, including with you journalists, is that now when you interview people, you have your own position that you want to impose on us. We refuse.
Now, you sent that to me. Why?
Well, I mean, and in light of the conversation that was just had, it's like, okay, I feel like I agree with my man there, right? You know, at the end of the day, it's like the U.S. is on this crusade for the letter box motherfuckers, right? And now they want to push that agenda on the continent, right? Now here it is, you know, Mr. I hate everybody outside the country that's not ADOS and blah blah blah. I sent him that video because I resonate with that sentiment that you know the U.S. is holding the continent to a standard that it's not holding their other people that they're in bed with too. So when you look at, you know, Saudi Arabia, the people that we buy oil from and all of that shit, they don't fuck with them, but they want to fuck with the continent. Now here's keep it 100, because you know I hate the continent, right? What I do hate is that what resonates with ADOS motherfuckers when continental black people are going through their shit doesn't flow both ways. So you want to starve out black people or Africans, because some of y'all say y'all ain't black when it's convenient and you're black when it's convenient. But here's a continent with melanated people that you want to impose sanctions on. And like he said, there's no food on the table. This ain't an issue for us. Like, fuck this. We got bigger fish to fry than this. But as usual, the US and others, you know what I'm saying, want to starve out Africa and its nations on some bullshit, right? While allowing it other places. Why the double standard? Right? So
yeah, man. I mean, look, at the end of the day, look, this is nothing more than a fucking Western liberal value that really has nothing to do with the autonomy of Africa itself at the end of the day. Like, Africa has bigger fish to fry. Africa needs to get the colonials or the post-colonials or the neo-colonials out of that motherfucker and get leaders who actually give a fuck about the people instead of, you know, being corrupt and fattening in their own pockets.
Bob Brown, I'm not talking to you. You're not that important. But go ahead, G.
But at the end of the day, these people got infrastructural issues. They got a whole host of problems and conundrums that they're dealing with. And the West is asking them questions about their take and their position on homosexuality. But then again, like it was said by the person speaking, nobody's going to motherfucking Iran and asking them about what they doing with the gay issue.
Right. They killing motherfuckers over there, actually.
Nobody's going to Libya asking them and that's Africa as well, but nobody's asking them what their take on the gay issue is. Or Iraq, what their take on the gay issue is. Or Abu Dhabi. Nobody's asking them what their take on the gay issue is. But they'll tell you, you know, like somehow you're not an agent of justice because you have it in your head that like penises and buttholes don't go together. I mean, all of a sudden, like, I mean, it's one thing. I mean, it's just it's the push of Western culture on another culture is what it is. It's cultural imperialism is what it is.
Right.
So I know I got a lot of motherfuckers hate watching me now because I'm challenging these motherfuckers on their stance on loving white people and shit at any cost. And I know what the left's issues are. I got a problem. I think we should challenge them. But just all of a sudden thinking that, you know, like having rose-colored glasses and thinking that people on the right, that all of a sudden, like, they're just, like, great and they care for you and they're looking after you, that's some bullshit.
Right.
I'm not about to play that game, man. Y'all can take that bullshit and shove it up your own ass. I'm not about to do that, man.
So this morning, the CEO of Disney went on TV and said that what writers and actors are asking for is not realistic because they just don't have enough money to pay us. But he said this at a billionaire retreat where he was hanging out with Mark Zuckerberg and David Zaslav that they all flew to on their private jets. And you know what? I don't think that that's fucking realistic. Here's a dose of reality for you, Bob. Writers cannot afford to pay their mortgages. Actors are not able to make a living in Los Angeles anymore. That is reality to us, not flying around on private jets. And until you accept that reality, we are going to be out here on the picket lines withholding our labor, depriving you of your product, and you will not make another dollar off of us until you come back to the table and face reality and negotiate with us as you have refused to do. And until you do that, there will be no acting and no writing.
All right, you send me that as well.
Right.
And I think the message you left was black men need to start doing the same shit.
Right, in reference to our relationship with our women. You know, I'm gonna speak to that, and I'm gonna speak to what the short actually is. Well, you know, in reference to our relationship with our actual women, you know, basically, dude is saying, look, you can't get shit until, you know, we get shit that we want, you know, and this is a strike, bitch. Like, you won't get shit until, you know, you satisfy us of our needs on the other side, and until then, fuck you. No writing, no acting, no nothing, no soy sauce, no fried rice, None of that shit. You see paid in full. None of that shit. No soy sauce. None of that shit until I get my shit. And I've been preaching the indifference card forever. But as far as the actual short is concerned, as far as the Hollywood industry, et cetera, there's a crossroads going on in Hollywood where like all this AI stuff, deep fakes, and this, it's gonna be a problem not only with Hollywood but also in the music industry, where we're going through another industrial revolution. And a lot of people, like a lot of shit is just gonna become obsolete. And that's what Hollywood is dealing with right now. They're like, capitalism is gonna fucking collapse on itself. Like, you can't eliminate everybody out of the process and still want people to buy your product.
Well, put it this way: if you set up a system to where so many people don't have enough money to buy your shit because they're barely able to buy the basic necessities, then guess what you end up doing? You end up fucking over yourself in the market in the long run because nobody can afford to buy shit that you're selling.
Right.
It just seems to me like you want to keep the money flowing to a certain extent, or at least the extent to which people can keep the money circulating. But if you hold it all to yourself, tell me that's not capitalism, that's mercantilism.
Right.
That's what it reminds me of. But anyway,
you can't have a system based on labor, paid labor, and then remove everyone from paid labor, and now nobody has money to buy the thing that you're creating, the product that you're creating with the paid labor. You're getting paid from the product, but if you remove people from getting paid from the process, nobody has money to buy your shit. And the more these people think capitalism is every year you have to increase the profit. It's not good that you made 5 million this year and 5 million next year. You have to make 10 million next year. You have to double or at least 1.5 the return. But doing that means you have to basically impair the system that you're trying to, you know what I'm saying? And that shit doesn't make sense.
But I'm gonna let BGS speak, man. He just came on the panel. What's cracking, BGS?
Hey, what's going on? This is funny, but everybody knows that capitalism is in trouble, man.
Right.
In other words, basically what Marcus just said, basically, when people don't have any money, there's no market.
Right.
And basically capitalism is about a market. Without a market, there is no system.
Right.
And they're basically all they're doing is reshuffling the deck chairs on a Titanic at this point. So everybody knows it. So
but this is why I did, like, I've created blog posts about the financialization of the economy and how it really actually is shrinking the middle class and exploding like the elites, but it's damaging the markets. Okay. And it's damaging the markets because what you're not doing is investing in the company, the brick and mortar companies. You're investing in financial instruments like debt collateralization loans and shit like this. And not to say there's anything inherently wrong with derivatives and futures, but you can't just have everything tied up into financial instruments in a service-based economy. You have to invest in people. Okay, and their long-term success, if you want to have a long-term successful market. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's why I showed you. I gave you access to the video by Liu and Hanauer, who basically say, look, the wealth creators are not the people at the top of the food chain, because all they do is efficiently, if they're doing their work right, efficiently make or provide services, okay? But the people who purchase the products or the services are the ones who are actually creating the wealth.
Yes.
Okay? Because if they don't have anything to buy, because they can't buy it, because they don't have money to buy it, there is no wealth.
Right.
Capitalist loses and the laborer loses. Okay? Now, I mean, the only argument that the classical liberals make is that when government intervenes in the operation of markets, it creates inefficiency and non-productivity. Okay, but the singular source of inefficiency and non-productivity is not the government, bruh.
No. No, and basically Obama said the same thing, right? About the Chinese, right? He says basically capitalism actually works better under an authoritarian government. It's much more efficient. Hitler proved that in Germany in the 30s. Okay, when the government actually intervened into the markets, into capitalism, it's actually very, very efficient.
Well, that's fascism.
Well, fascism, yeah.
I
Fascism is just another form of authoritarianism, which is under the military.
Or national socialism.
Yeah,
because the Nazis were national socialists.
Yes.
Okay. Now, but at the end of the day, the only thing I'm trying to point out is that, like, Black Americans, or Black men in general, or Black people in general, we tend to think in dichotomies provided for us by American culture. Okay, like there's only two choices.
Yeah.
The one the right offers us and the one the left offers us.
Yeah.
I'm trying to explain that they're both shitty options.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So don't say that GG's some sort of fucking commie liberal, because it's a lie.
No.
That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is I have been over the past 3 years that I've been in this space telling you how fucked up the left is.
Yeah.
Right.
I've been telling you how fucked up the left is. The left is fucked up.
Here.
Here's how the left is fucking over us. But just because the left is fucking over us doesn't mean that the right is treating us very well and giving us the utmost fucking respect. It's not. So that's the only thing I wanted to impart there.
That's how come the right, even in this space, cannot get any traction very much, is because they have nothing. Because when the bootstrappers and the right wingers come in and say we need to vote Republican and go conservative, go right, I said, okay, what is the right offering Black men to get our vote, to get our support? They didn't come back.
They tell us you ain't supposed to expect nothing. Me and BGS have
nothing,
been in a dozen of these conversations with these right-wing dudes, on Bernard's channel and other places. The first thing they tell you is what the left is telling you. The left ain't offering nothing. That's why they saying, well, the left ain't offering you nothing, so you shouldn't be with the left. Get off the plantation. Well, what does the right offer me? Well, why you want something from the right? That's stupid shit.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what the right is offering to these guys. The right is offering masculinity tied up in a bow. A return to traditional masculine values.
What are those?
Right.
The man is the head of the house.
Right.
Okay.
They think they're gonna be whatever Cleaver or somebody, like, they think they're gonna be that black and white TV show, Leave It to Beaver, black patriarch on the right and on the right.
Now, make no mistake, I am very well aware of what the left has painted itself into an ideological corner.
They have, yeah.
And what they've done is they've alienated a lot of men, not just white men. They've alienated Latino men, Black men. How you manage to be a party that alienates every fucking goddamn man on the planet?
Yeah.
I don't know how you do that, okay? But you do it by not listening. You claim to be a party that's about inclusiveness, but if you do not agree with them ideologically and promote the values that they think are the paramount values, then they will say that you're toxic, you're regressive, that you're problematic. And that's problematic, okay? I understand that. I know that they've painted themselves into a corner. I get it. And I know it's fucked up what they've done, okay? But I'm not just on that account all of a sudden going to start believing that the right loves me, that the right cares for me,
right?
That the right doesn't have a history. Like, first of all, that's why I did the show that I did the other day, to try to demonstrate to guys that the Republican Party is not the party of Lincoln. It's not the party that was founded during the time of the 19th century when the Civil War was occurring. Okay,
they don't understand the party of Lincoln. They really don't. They think they do. They believe in the fantasy of a party of Lincoln. They don't understand who Lincoln was and what the party was about. Okay, they really don't. That was corporatism that Lincoln was about.
He didn't give a damn about niggas.
He didn't give. Why did Lincoln propose to export or export all the black people out of the United States. Okay, that's what he was trying to do. Ex-slaves were not supposed to be here. If Lincoln had lived, there would be no ex-slaves in the United States. He would have deported them all out of the United States. Okay,
Liberia.
like Liberia, what is it? What's now Belize, Haiti, okay, parts of South America. He was trying to get them out of here. He said Lincoln believed that white folks and black folks could not free black folks could not get along with white folks in America. That's what he believed. Okay, but people don't talk about that.
And this is one thing. All I'm saying is, as it pertains to politics, you got to look at if you really want to start looking at yourself as a nation. And I'm not talking about black nationalism or an interest group.
Right.
Okay. You have to understand the various points, and I know this word is a bad word in the the manosphere. You have to start looking at the points of intersection in which your viewpoints co-align nicely with others, and when they go into disarray.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter who the other group is. Okay. Doesn't matter if they're the enemy of your enemy, because you can have the enemy of your enemy to steal your enemy. Okay? This shit, it befuddles me. They think that they think in dualistic terms. The world is more complex and nuanced than the way it's presented, and you have more than two choices. Okay? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Black folks have had a nation since I think it's 1823, which is the ACS, right? Liberia, they purchased the whole block of Africa to send former slaves to Africa, right? You have a nation, you just don't want to be there. And Lincoln said that when they're free, I'm gonna ship you guys all to Liberia. Well, we don't want to go there because that's not our home. Black folks said that. Well, let me ship you to Belize. Well, we don't want to go there because that's not our home. Okay. Well, let me ship you to Haiti. We don't want to go down to Haiti. Y'all want to be here. Okay. They offered you a nation.
Well, them people down there didn't exactly give us the warmest welcome. So let's not leave that out. And I'm talking about Liberia. I'm talking about Liberia. Them people, but what black people in America have to understand, and we're still dealing with this now. And I don't want to make this a whole Pan-African discussion.
Yeah.
But understand this. Just because you have the same skin color doesn't mean that the other people in the other nation or the other continent with your skin color views you as a brother. That's not how that works. Understand that even in Asia, where you got Japanese and Koreans, and them motherfuckers don't see each other as one group. They see each other as nationalities. They have different cultures and different shit going on. And that's the same thing that happens with us. For some reason, we think that being black makes us one big happy family. Being Latin don't make them one big happy family. Being white don't make all white people one. But you see Putin in fucking Ukraine killing them motherfuckers. They all white, but it ain't nobody saying, oh, it's white on white. And they need to be unified. And all that bullshit always falls on black people that across nations and across different cultures and across continents, we supposed to somehow find unity and hold hands. That shit is bullshit. It's not realistic. Them people over there on the continent, when them Americans came over there to establish Liberia, we know what happened over there. We know what happened over there. They did not want us over there.
Okay. So what are your odds of having a nation here in the United States in the belly of the beast?
No, I didn't say that either. That's like saying to me, well, because you don't want to vote for the right, therefore you like the left. See, you're doing the binary dichotomy thing that the right.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Okay, so don't do that. What I'm saying is either way, us being here is fucked and us being over there is fucked. You can't go over there and just build some shit and the motherfuckers going to welcome you with open arms. We know that's not true.
If you bring money, they will.
No, that's bullshit.
No, yes. If you bring money to Liberia,
so show me.
So hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait, look.
Again,
like y'all said, I fuck with both of y'all. Look, here's the deal. We don't want to get into this today. The short bus is not about Pan-Africanism. Okay, So we can like if we indulge in this conversation, it can extend to hours.
Yeah. Right.
And you and I have talked about this, Marcus, for a 6-hour stream.
More than one stream.
More than one.
Those were our original streams.
Right. So look,
I'm intimately embedded with Pan-Africanism and have been for years. So I know what's going on over there. So
and so look, at heart, this is my
I
belief.
know this
I
shit
know
from
I'm
the
fucked
ground
up for
up.
saying this,
Mhm.
but this is my belief.
Mhm.
Until Africa becomes sovereign with no interference
Mhm.
of white people, Chinese people, or Asians and Europeans, okay, or Aboriginals or whatever the case. Until that point, black folks the world over, even if they don't identify with each other closely, or like they aren't able to escape their tribal, identifications and shit, there will be no relief, man, from being exposed to any kind of behavior from these white folks, because they'll have military, power and prowess over us to the point where we'll never be able to resist them.
It's a process. It's a process. The process is going on right now. But like I said, we're gonna get back on track. Okay. But the thing, what I want to say is that the party of Lincoln is not what people think it is. Okay. So we have to get away from the mythology.
Right. Yeah. So like, and this is why I said Lincoln was somebody who was seeking to throw salt at the Confederacy, and if he could have kept the slaves and made sure that the Union was sound, he would have done it.
Yeah.
He said as much. Like, this motherfucker's not like, I love the Negroes, I want them to be free, and I want America to embrace ideas of freedom and equality without discrimination. That's not Lincoln.
No, that's 70% of your GDP that you're getting ready to throw out the window, and he knew it.
But at any rate, man, BGS, this is what I want to ask you. It's personal, but
go ahead.
It's personal. Why won't you become a member of the Green Team, man?
Sending me the link again, man. No, it's not.
I just don't like. I'm like, damn, is he like mad at me? Or something?
No. I've seen the link. I just never hit it. So I've been meaning to get to it. Just send it to me again.
Okay, I'll send it.
Man, come on, man. You my boy. You know I fucks with you. So
right. So I'm like,
it's oversight. It's an
I'm
oversight.
like, well, why?
No. You could have called me. Shoot.
No, but I know, man. But I
fuck with you.
I told you it was personal, so what I'm saying, it ain't personal like personal, but it didn't have nothing to do with no ideals related to politics or economics or philosophy.
You could have sent me a text, man.
Okay, my bad. But I felt you would tell. I didn't mean to bust you out or no shit like that.
No, it's all right. No, there's no big deal. No, ain't nothing.
Okay. No. All right, Jay Jermaine, shout out to him, man. Appreciate you, sir. Appreciate that donation.
But it's always Jermaine's fault, though, man. All this stuff is Jermaine's fault anyway. So
it's a nigga fault, man. All the time, every day, all day, every fucking day. It's a nigga's fault.
So anytime something going on, Jay Jermaine gonna pop up because it's his fault anyway.
Right.
Shout out to SL. He says, thanks for the show today. I really needed it. You have opened my eyes. Thanks, my brother. Peace to Marcus and BGS. Shout out to him, SL. Shout out to Mr. Tolbert. Haven't seen him in quite a bit of time. Shout out to you, sir. And shout out to B about peace and pleasure. She's talking about dominant white rhetorical speech. Same thing you highlighted with Lee Atwater. So look, I just want to move forward, man, and move through these videos. So BGS, please stay.
How many more is it?
No.
Quite a few.
Go ahead. I'm here.
You got to dip out?
If you dip out, I got him. I got you back.
20 minutes. I got, because I'm on live tonight.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
But it's behind the wall, though.
Oh, it's on Patreon? Okay.
Tonight,
Discussion that's long overdue.
Okay.
I'm tired of
drop
hearing
your
pussy
Patreon
is
link.
foul.
It's not on your Patreon.
It's trash. Throw it out. It's a gabillion good coochies out here. If your man gives you a blueprint and tells you, this is how I want you to love me, this is how I want you to tend to me, cater to me, nurture me, whatever, so that I could be content in this relationship, why are you not listening? You don't go to a job and they give you the job description and you fucking wing it. So why are you winging it in your relationship and expecting the man to, be loyal to you? I'm confused. But you want a man to love you in your love language. Women need to stop that one-sided ish. I can't stand it. I don't like it. If you two choose to come together and y'all verbalize things, why not respect it? Don't you think that would make the relationship go much easier? It's like y'all make it harder and then you wonder why this man is unhappy. He told you what he wanted, Latasha. You didn't listen because you thought your pork chop was enough to keep him. It's a lot of pork chops out here. Do better.
Ooh,
did I send you that?
Yeah, you sent me that.
Yeah,
all of these today is shorts you sent me. Everyone. Okay. Well, not everyone, but I mean most of them.
Hey, Marcus, what did Danny say a few years ago? What she say? She said, "We won't think you're serious until you niggas
Right, till you
do it.
leave.
Till you
Till you
leave."
walk.
And then
Yeah.
they start waving that passport, them blue passports in their faces. Guess what? They getting their act right, huh?
You know,
At
they
least
seem like
starting to anyway.
the niggas is more upset about it than the women.
Because the wallets are leaving, man. You've been financing their love life, for free. They've been coming in the back door. Then now they have to start paying.
No, these are dudes that wasn't getting pussy in the first place. Some of them.
Those are dudes ain't got no money to leave either.
Shit.
Misery loves company.
Look, man.
Hey, look,
more pussy for you, brother.
All I can say is this, man. I wish more women would speak out like her.
They will.
And you're seeing a growing cadre of women, starting to talk about these issues.
Yes.
My only thing is, look, man, women have been told, man, that they can have it all and be assholes on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's just what they've been told. They can be abusive, abrasive, aggressive, egoistic in the context of a relationship. Like, if the shit don't go their way, like, they've been taught that, like, men are, like, I think Dr. Johnson is correct about this. You have to continuously perform all kinds of, displays of fucking emotional labor. Like, it just never ends to demonstrate how much you really care. And, like, I guarantee you, ask any chick what her love language is, I guarantee you, the bitch gonna say acts of service. Ask that chick what the fuck her love language is, I bet you it's gonna be acts of service. Or gifts.
Right.
Gifts or acts of service. It's not gonna be physical touch. It's not gonna be like emotional connection and conversation and shit like that. It's gonna be like, pay me, or which to me, giving gifts is an act of service, if you ask me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Give me shit and serve me. That lets me know that you love me. A man typically is gonna be like, suck my dick, leave me alone.
I posted a list. I don't know who saw it. It was on Facebook, and I posted it on the community channel of, things that women want from men in 2023. And there was this long ass list, and there was a list that things that men want from women. It's pretty much, suck my dick, shut the fuck up, don't talk to me,
and feed me. Yeah.
Some simple shit, right? Yeah. Matter of fact, let me see. I'm gonna see if I could pull it
Pull
up.
that
But
up.
yeah,
You don't need me to present it. Look, I meant to show Toya. She said words of affirmation are the ones that she wants. And look.
Yeah, that's emotional labor. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's cool. That's service. That, to me, I still would lump that into service.
Yeah.
But at the same time, look, women hardly, if ever, offer men acts of service or oppression to them. Okay?
Right.
And acts of affirmation is gassing that nigga up, making him think he worth more than what the fuck he is.
Yeah, which is your mother tried to tamp your ego down. That was a black mother's job, tamp your ego down, and that's passed on to the women. Yeah.
Oh man, you know how many times I done heard chicks say, "Oh, you think you the shit? You think you the shit? You think you hot shit? You think you that? You think you that? You." I'm like, damn, I never even thought about myself like that.
What did Bud Crawford's mother say about him when his mother said he was gonna be $1 million baby?
You ain't gonna be shit.
You ain't gonna be shit, and
you ain't gonna never win, nigga.
Yeah, that is a black mother's job, is to tamp down your ego.
I had to make him tough.
I had to make him tough. Yeah.
I had to make that nigga think he wasn't shit because the white man said he was some nothing. So I'm gonna say he ain't shit either.
I'm gonna toughen him up so when I pass him on to the white man, he's ready.
But look, man, black men do that shit to each other too, though. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, who you think you are, nigga?
Where did we learn it from?
We learned it from our parents, our mothers, in a large amount of instances.
You just saying we learn how to grade hair. What's good hair, right?
Yeah, make it bigger. Plus it up.
Oh damn! Shit. God damn it! Hold on, let me get back up.
Technology, nigga, can you use it?
This is why I want y'all motherfuckers to have like y'all, you know, like access to the shit. You know what I'm saying? That way I ain't got to send no invites or nothing. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got to, Kenny share, give him access. Fuck all that. There you go. You got it. Shout out to Wrench Turner. Appreciate you.
What's up, Wrench? On the wood.
Shout out to Wrench, man. Yeah, he's a funny motherfucker, man. Really, really articulate, man.
Yeah, Wrench be about that business stuff. That's why.
And crafty with the words, man. Crafty, man. Crafty with the words. But damn, you don't have to make it that big, son.
Hey, come on, bring it down a little bit. Too much, Marcus. Too much.
Okay,
there you go.
There we go. That looks better. That's
look at the first three, man. This is the first three is what black female dating coaches talk about, right? The top of the list, right? Appearance to black women, okay, which is really a male centered thing, right? Appearance is supposed to be more important to the male and not to the female, right? Why is it opposite in the black community? Because black men take anything, okay?
Be attractive.
Mm-hmm.
Be fit. Be tall.
Be tall.
Man, but you know what the fucked up thing about all of this is, man? At the end of the day, even if you got all that, you still ain't shit, nigga.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
but the thing is, look at how look status, have hair, okay. Look at this. This is all a concubine issue, concubine talk, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Be interesting. Be the Dos Equis motherfucker is what they're asking for.
Now the white women would have the ones who would be willing to spend money, that kind of stuff, that would have been at the top of the white woman's list, but it's not at the top of the black woman's list.
Hey guys, I just wanted to get some quick words in.
Go ahead,
man.
Who's that?
So I've been to the state capitol. I've been to the state capitol with women and guys before. And when I talk about healthcare, to all the conservatives, go ask them about your healthcare and how much they actually give a fuck about your women actually having babies in a healthy way, or getting your prostate and making sure. Because if you look at a lot of these Republican areas, their hospitals are shutting down and they're not trying to fund them at all. That means they don't give a fuck about yours. Like, these are white people that will go fucking bankrupt being Republicans. And they'll go bankrupt before they actually give black people health care. And these are the people y'all talking about voting for. People that don't give a fuck if your women die in pregnancy and shit. And then maybe y'all should take some time and sit down and talk to black guys' wives that passed away after giving birth and shit. And they have to sit down and talk to these Republican motherfuckers that just stare at them and look at their voting history and have nothing for them. Leon, these people won't even.
Leon,
go ahead.
I want these guys to know that you're talking to people who wanted the Confederate. You want to affiliate yourself politically with people who wanted the Confederacy to win the Civil War.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Who wanted to maintain segregation.
Yeah.
Who was staunch. The reason they fled the Democratic Party and became, they splintered from the rest of the Democratic Party was because they didn't like the movement towards civil rights the path that they were taking.
True.
Okay, so they rejected Lyndon Baines Johnson's endorsement of civil rights legislation. They did the same with Nixon. Okay, even though he was a Republican, they distanced themselves from anybody who made any overtures or gestures towards doing right by Negroes.
Yeah,
that's a sticking point. Okay. Now there are some people 100%. Out there who want to reduce everything to capitalist or fiduciary concerns. Dude, I'm not fucking with you coon niggas with this bullshit today. I'm not. I done had enough of you motherfuckers trying to apologize for these fucking racist ass crackers because you hate bitches and you want to vote for motherfuckers who you feel like gonna smash the gynocracy. I understand, I want to smash the motherfucker too, but I don't want to cut off my fucking foot in the process.
Nope.
Exactly.
I want to smash the motherfucker. Look, I want to smash the gynocracy, but I don't want to end up on a fucking plantation from doing it.
Exactly. And I sent BGS a video of a clip. I'm not gonna say who it was, but BGS saw what he saw, and it's borderline. Like, you signing up with these bitches, yeah, they're not going to sign up with you because most racism is projected at males first, not women. they'll utilize the women however they want to benefit, to hurt you.
Bro, what the fuck are you doing with that thing, man? It's just turning
But
into an hourglass.
but
and
yeah, I
everything.
just, I just wanted to.
Okay, but we're reading a list though right now, Leon. So
Yeah,
can,
but yeah, I just wanted to
hold on.
step up and say that that's like, go Republican guys, go holler at your legislation about that, and let's see how they
Okay.
how
All right.
they confront you. Deal with that.
You're Borgen, and
Morgan
we
out.
need to get through the list. Okay, so we
Okay, so yeah,
right in
for
the middle of
shout
it.
out to
Shout out,
Leon,
yeah,
man.
shout
Thank
out
you,
to
brother.
Leon.
Yeah.
So we
Yeah.
we,
Yeah,
we
well,
we ducking you down right now because we got we got videos to show too as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so
we got
all
time.
look, there's some. This is the thing that the problem is the list,
Yeah.
the list.
Mhm.
And all the man really wants is a woman to cooperate with him, to be nice to him, and to be like attracted to him, to want to fuck him, to be like his confidant or somebody who actually supports him and will be his biggest cheerleader, to actually be the helpmate that, you know, theologically the Christian religion says that she's supposed to be to him, not a fucking royal bitch, a pain in the ass.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Not somebody trying to fucking jam him up with the law or to try to get money from him, to extort as much as they can, and, you know, to make him, you know, be used as a utility and shit like that, or a sperm donor. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Like, he wants to be valued in her eyes. But, you know, that's the problem, man. Like,
I always ask, did your baby daddy have hit all the points on this list?
yeah, man. Look. I mean, I guess, you know, like these chicks, man, like they want, there's nobody who's going to be able to meet all of these criteria, man. It's just too much.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You want the perfect person. You want to build a nigga.
No, they don't want to build him. They want him that way, you know, at the finish line.
Right. They want, yeah.
Well, let's look at the next clip. Let's see. I don't know if this is the clip or not, but if it is, it'll be. I hope it is, but
So
yeah,
you take
but
that's not it. Damn.
make it bigger. Yeah, that's true. I believe that.
Yeah, that's not the clip right there, but we can get through this one real short. Like, yeah, stop babying your children and shit. Like, you know, you got to impose some sort of obstacles and let them learn. You know, can't baby them through life.
Yeah, well, that's why you need the dynamic between the two of them. That's why you need a mother and a father, right?
Right.
Because the mother makes you feel better. I said this. Mother makes you feel better. Your father makes you better. So you need both.
But yeah, black women are forced. They say they're forced, but they feel like they can be both at the same time, hard and soft, and you know, like it's a lot of shit, man. A lot of mothers are harsh as a motherfucker, though, man. Like and abusive too.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, the thing is, they're trying to mimic what they believe masculinity is, and not
Right.
because they don't embrace it. They don't understand what masculinity is.
Right.
That's how they view it. That's how they take it. But they don't know exactly how to demonstrate it and how to be it. So it comes off as violence to them. What do they say about masculinity, right? Especially when restrictions actually imposed upon women, they call it violence.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
That's where interpret it. So when they try to mimic a masculinity and try to control a child, it comes off as violence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but let's move on to the next one because that one, you know, we agree on that. So, nothing really interesting there. I mean, it's interesting, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You've got the nerve to stand there and expect me to believe that you don't want to marry my son for his money.
It's true.
Then what do you want to marry him for?
I want to marry him for your money.
There. Oh, Lorelei.
Don't you see that's why we have to have his consent, silly?
Well, at least we're getting down to brass tacks. You admit that all you're after is money.
No, I don't. Aren't you funny? Don't you know that a man being rich is like a girl being pretty? You might not marry a girl just because she's pretty, but my goodness, doesn't it help? And if you had a daughter, Wouldn't you rather she didn't marry a poor man?
But I was...
You'd want her to have the most wonderful things in the world and to be very happy. Oh, why is it wrong for me to want those things?
Well, I concede that... Say, they told me you were stupid.
Right.
Wait a
Yeah,
minute.
that's Marilyn Monroe,
She makes a very compelling case. I will say, yeah. and you know, when I saw that, I was like, okay. Makes a
She
very
being real.
compelling case.
She being real. Might be an asset after all. Hold on, let's sit down and have a chat.
Right. Makes a very
But
compelling
look
case.
at what Leon says. Damn pretty is equal to my bag. The fuck.
Well, that's basically it is. You know. In fact, I just played the clip of a lawyer that said the exact same thing. He said, "Being hot and being pretty is equal to you building a wealth fund, okay, and bringing home $500 million, okay." Because
Now-
when he married the woman without no prenup, she got half of his wealth for being hot and giving him a blowjob.
Now, I'll make the argument that one's money lasts longer than one's beauty, right?
Yes,
but,
true.
Right, but the way that that's worded in that video is just is just a very compelling case. Of course, it's debatable, right? But it was. I found it like in that moment. If someone said that to me and I was standing, I could see why the man had the reaction he did. Like
Yeah.
whoa.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
Right.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Right.
You know? Yeah.
Right.
And look, man, this has been like the talking point, like of people like Kevin Samuels, of the red pillars in the manosphere, not just the black manosphere, but in general, broadly in this space. Namely, that like if you're, and even you with your Octane series, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like if you're you're a bad bitch.
Yeah, bad
there's
bitch.
things in life you're going to be afforded that like you're not going to get if you're not like a bad bitch. Okay?
Right. Yeah.
And there are certain things that you're going to have access to if you're a rich ass dude that you're not going to have access to if you're a broke ass nigga. Now, the inverse is also true though, because if you're a good looking ass, broke ass nigga, you know what I'm saying? And you're tall and shit like that, and you got the, you know, the look or whatever, you're going to get some access to some pussy. It's just, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Right. And
Okay?
maybe some money.
It just is.
Maybe some money. Yeah, maybe some money. Right. It's harder.
Yeah, I mean, you know, so because women will pay for some dick that they like.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But
like,
also,
shout out Oprah.
Also,
I mean,
height gets you places you would know. I mean, you can read it. There's studies that, you know, you look at the presidencies, you look at CEOs of companies, you look at more successful men. The most successful men are within a certain height range. Like, you know, supervisor positions, certain, you know, different things are handed out to men who have a physical stature, right? That's just how the world responds to men with height. It's just how it works. Just like how the world responds to attractive women. It's you know, it's just a fact. And you know,
man, I had a bitch tell me. So I had a woman tell me that she said, like, nigga, it's like you got good hair. How tall you are. I said, damn, all of a sudden I got like, I got the Christopher Williams look now, motherfucker, elder boys, because I got like, I'm tall. Yeah. That's how women see it. Like, that's crazy to me. But hey, like, if it works for me, fuck it. I ain't going to reject it. It is what it is.
BGS, did you catch any of the stream with me and Dr. Thunder recently?
Say that again.
Me and Dr. Thunder did a stream recently. We was talking about
I didn't see that. I saw parts of it, but I didn't see the whole thing.
Right. So the basically real quick, because I might have to jump soon. Real short, the stream was based on BGS's game series of videos. So we spoke on that. I was wondering if BGS saw that video, that conversation that we had.
BGS is away from the mic right now. He might be walking around the cabin or some shit.
No, I had myself on mute. No, I saw it. I did see it.
Okay, so you know what I saw? Okay, so this is what I saw.
Mm-hmm.
I saw Dr. Thunder holding the following position.
Okay.
That game is a performance. It's not really who you are. And in a sense, it's you putting on a mask in order to get something that you want in the dating market.
Right.
Okay. Whereas I think that your position was something like the following. Game is a skill that you acquire that becomes part of your character over time.
So you're close with what he's saying is what he said, right? You're absolutely correct about that. What I'm saying is what you did say, right? Plus, not limited to, game is something that you can be born with. It could be part of who you are, right? As in your inherent personality, or it's something that you can acquire that becomes who you are. And in some cases, it can be all three. It can also be a performance, depending on the situation, who you're approaching, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that what he said is true, but it's not true across the board. I think that it can be all three things for different people. You understand what I'm saying?
And what did he say about why he started lifting weights? What did he say?
He said, "Oh, I have my my goals that I'm trying to reach." And
No. Why he started lifting weights? What did he say?
Oh,
because it got attention from the women. That's why he started laughing, because he did the exact same thing.
Right. I called him on that. Right.
Yeah. In other words, and I wouldn't have said it to him in his face. I was called Doc bullshit. Okay. You exactly the same thing that you're speaking against. But guess what? It became a part of you as you grow. You kept lifting weights because it became a part of you. You didn't start off lifting weights when you were like 5, 10, 12 years old. It started when you're like a teenager in high school, because it got attention. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So my view on this, like, I'm a philosopher, of course, and so the only thing I thought about, like, when that conversation was had, especially about game, but it could be about any skill. It could be about courage in battle. It could be playing the piano. It could be you trying to become a better basketball player, whatever the case may be, right?
Yep.
Some people, like, I think my viewpoint would kind of match closely with Marcus's. Namely this. Being able to talk to women is going to require virtue. Like, I mean, and to not be, because you're going to have courage. You're going to have to be witty. You're going to have the capacity to stand up for yourself, to not allow yourself to be pushed over. So it's a whole bunch of virtues that you already have to possess in order to be said to have game. Okay. Now, some people can be born more courageous than others. Right. I mean, because some people just naturally got balls or whatever, or like gall or
extroversion. Yeah.
Right. Some people are more naturally witty and humorous, or have a sense of humor more so than others. Yeah. But these are capacities that you can develop, right? And the question is to whether or not it's a performance. Put it this way. Like I know this is kind of cerebral, but Aristotle would say something like this. You're born with a certain character, right? But every human being should reach to attain virtue. And virtue are dispositions that people have that lie between two extremes. So let's say, for example, you're courageous. Well, your courage means that you're not rash, meaning that you do dumb shit based upon, the excess of courage. And you're not a coward either, meaning that you don't rise to the occasion at all. Like, in terms of being witty or humorous, you're not garish to the point like where you're offensive, but at the same time, you're not boorish. You're not like so non-humorous that you can't crack a joke at all, or, see something funny and laugh at it and make others laugh at it at the same time. So but nobody, is born with every virtue. But you're required, if you want to be excellent, to work on what you're deficient at. Right? And it becomes part of your character over time. It's not like you're performing.
Right.
It's like it becomes part of who you are. After a certain period of time, if you practice the virtues, they become part of you.
Right.
And then it's no longer a performance. It becomes part of who you are, your character. And so I'm stating to Dr. Thunder, there's a tradition of Aristotle and Aquinas, because he's a a religious individual. So there's a tradition there that he could draw from to kind of
I use his ability to play instruments to make the same analogy. Another thing
Right.
that he said was or he asked, was rejection good? And I'm like, my thing is, okay.
I don't understand what you mean by that.
In other words, he's asking, well, it's going out there and shooting your shot and getting rejected a bunch of times to develop that skill good. And I'm like, what's the difference between that and anything else that we do? What I don't understand about people who fear rejection is that they apply that logic only in the context of talking to women, because they're scared, that their ego will be crushed, right, by women rejecting them, but they don't have a problem, failing at other things. You understand what I'm saying?
And I get that. And to underscore that, I would say this. Like, say, for example, if you're learning, like, because I know he's an accomplished horn player. I don't know if he plays the sax. I can't remember which one. He probably plays a multiplicity of.
Sax is his main
Sax or clarinet? I thought it was clarinet.
No, the sax is actually his main instrument.
But let's abstract away from him and just talk about like somebody playing an instrument in general, right?
Right.
I mean, come on, man. Like, how many times do you fail in the pursuit of learning how to master an instrument? Okay?
True. Yeah.
You're gonna say, for example, you're a basketball player and you're trying to perfect shooting free throws.
Mm-hmm.
How many times are you going to fail at that before you become better at it? I mean,
exactly.
But just because though you practice at something doesn't mean you're going to get better though. You have to practice the right way.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I like the condition that you utilize. Like there's a set of factors that must be taken into consideration. So you got to practice the right way, so you can learn. Like, because you can practice the wrong way and then you'll never improve.
Exactly.
Okay?
True.
So the thing about game is, I think the game coaches are right to say, like, your fear of rejection is the thing you got to overcome the most. Because it's preventing you from being yourself. That's what stops you from even being who you are. Like with women in general, right? Or men, because there's this fear of like not being able to meet up to her standards. But after a certain period, like the guys who get the most girls are the ones who knows, bitch, fuck these hoes. And when they say that, it's like all the chicks come running and shit. When you treat women like you don't need them, or you don't care about them, that's when they fuck with you. I mean, at least initially. Like, nobody wants a clingy ass nigga from day one.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, you got to be like, I could take it or leave it. What's up, shorty? How you doing? You got to get your reps in. You got to get the reps in. You got to but you got to have good reps though. Like, it's like, because you're not going to get swole up if you ain't hitting the weight the right way.
Yeah,
consistently. You gotta do this shit consistently. But like I believe I'm not really a person who promotes game. However, I do see the need for some people to get their game together.
I think that's why I put that series out, because a lot of people, in my opinion, don't teach game properly. Okay, they teach it. Right. They work on charisma and they work on psychology, and I'm not about that. How do you teach somebody? Give somebody a basic outline of how to acquire these a separate set of skills and add them all up into what we call game.
But but I'll say this.
I'm glad you said it that way, into what we call game, because people misuse the word a lot.
Yes.
But I'll say this, and I said it earlier. I kind of foreshadowed it. To me, in order for you to be successful with quote unquote game, you have to work on a whole host of virtues.
Yes.
To begin with.
Yes.
Okay? One of them being self-esteem.
Yes.
Now, the thing that you gotta, and I want to react to this because this guy said, like, what about nuclear rejection? Like, and I get it, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, because he says practicing basketball won't nuclear reject you. That's true. Okay.
If you get out on the court, okay, if you get out on the court and there's people watching you, right, and you're not skilled, and people start laughing at you, that's a nuclear rejection. Okay.
Right.
This is true. Or if you get your ankles broke.
Yeah.
Some motherfucker shake you out of your shoe. It happened to me one time. I was like, God damn, that nigga shit out of me, man.
Yeah.
I was pissed off, you know what I'm saying? But the whole thing I'm saying is this. You have to have the appropriate amount of capacity to put that rejection into perspective.
Yes.
Like, who is this chick? Like, nigga, you don't know her. Why the fuck do you care that she don't want to holler at you? Like, your whole life is not under review. Like, this is the fucking moment of judgment, like where your soul is weighing in the balance. It's just one bitch. I'm sorry. I know it sounds crass for me to say it that way.
Yeah, and why do people always go to the worst example about game, about approaching? That you might get nuclear rejected like 1 out of 1,000.
No, hold on. Let me do it. Line 917, man. I'm gonna allow you to get like a brief word in, and then we're gonna go back to our regularly scheduled programming. But go ahead, man. I'm gonna give you the floor.
No, I wasn't trying to detract from the conversation. I wanted to get in on this particular conversation you're having.
But go ahead. You got 2 minutes.
Oh, thanks. But I caught the conversation that Keep 100 and Dr. Thunder were having about game, and I do agree. It's this. I think game gets overused and misunderstood, and I think the thing about your appearance is also a part of your game. Also, not to mention what you say, because your appearance is what you attracted to her. What you say is also a part of it. And I think, yes, you could get rejected. And I think the part of that is building yourself up as part of your self-esteem, which is very important. It's more about your self-esteem than it has more to do with her, and not to be so outcome dependent on what's going to happen between you and the female, because it's really about you. Rejection is just a part of the game. That is what it is. But even if you're getting rejected, she's not rejecting you. She's rejecting the idea of you. She doesn't know you.
Right. That's very true. Yeah. I mean, but the reason the thing you said that was important, I think, is this. The most important thing you said, in my view. Your body is an extension of your personality.
Right.
That to me it is, okay? It says something about your character, like what you look like to the world. Like, are you overweight? That says something about your character. It says, like, if you're fit and I mean, some people are born slim and some people have like more obstacles to overcome to achieve a certain aesthetic. And I get that. I'm not saying that, you're a low down, immoral, non-virtuous human being if you don't look like a Greek statue. Okay. It's not it. But like the person who is able to be disciplined on a daily basis and to look a certain way, it says something about their dedication and discipline. It does. Okay. It says something about them. Okay.
Yeah.
And women notice that shit. Okay. But men notice the shit as well. Okay? And no homo, or pause, if I think that's the current word. But the point is, your body is an extension of your soul, man. And we don't act like it is. We act like we can just, we can kind of get what we want without having to put in the work. You got to put the reps in, like BGS said, man. You got to put the reps in.
Yes, you do, because your body is an extension of your personality as well. It says you're disciplined. It says you have self-control, because it tells self-control just to have a body of a particular look, because dieting is not easy at all. You don't think? Because I'm a person who's also in great shape, like as well as a lot of other men, and like, you don't think I want to run roughshod on Checkers or Five Guys?
Man, hey man, you know what? Today though, today is my day where I'm about to get at it. Soon as this shit is over with, I'm about to go motherfucking the Whataburger. You know what I'm saying? But I typically don't eat like that though. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been talking to I've been back. I ain't been in the gym in 4 years, man. But I've been like doing calisthenics. So
that's great. That's a great way to start.
But I haven't been in the gym. Now, I used to be about 220 pounds. I'm 6'3", you know what I'm saying? So I used to have the aesthetic that, you know, I felt like was great. Like if I put my shirts on, you know, motherfucker, it was hug my arms, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you know, I had traps and shit, and bitches would be like, let me feel on you. And I enjoyed that. You know what I'm saying? But
something we leaving out, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm just saying, like, aside from discipline, it also communicates to women that you could whip some ass and some shit. Like you might be somebody that, you know, if some shit go down, you know, you can handle yourself, or, you know, all of those things. It also communicates health, whether that's correct or not, but it communicates a lot more than just discipline. It, you know, it communicates a lot of things. And to say that it's too much to want to communicate, I mean, I compared it to, you know, in the conversation with me and Doc, I compared it to like a peacock with the feathers and shit. You know, some guys don't have to do as much as other guys, but the look is the look, and we know what women like. We know what men like to see in women. So why are we pretending? You understand what I'm saying? Like, this is a problem. Like we talk about
we all start at zero.
Right. We talk about, well, not everybody, but we talk
but
about
not everybody, but I mean, unless you're LeBron James or Tom Brady or anyone, everyone starts from zero and with interacting a woman, no matter what state you're in. Or I mean, yes, you being in physical shape, yes, that does.
If you have three parts of the light skin trifecta, you know, you're starting at 50%. Okay, right. Starting at zero.
Yeah, right. But what I'm saying is a lot of the things that we're talking about as far as your body and everything is concerned. I mean, even Dr. M. Bus like noticed this in Why Women Have Sex, because you being in shape shows that, you know, your kids will be stronger. You being demonstrated, you can speak to people. Yeah,
genetic fitness.
Genetics. That's a genetic marker.
Mm-hmm. Right. And, you know, women want to have children that are more likely to reproduce. So, you know, all of these things, whether you're born with it or you create it. I mean, shit, you got guys that go to the gym, lift weights. You got women that either do the same or they go get surgery. At the end of the day, again, we know what we like. We know what both sexes like. And to be honest, and I'm going to keep it 1,000, the people who are complaining about how this works, they don't want to do anything to be in the running. They want to come as is. Nobody, you buy a car as is, it ain't gonna cost the same as the shit on the lot, and it takes less sales ability to sell a Benz than it does a Honda Civic.
I agree. No one. I mean, that's the one thing, because I was listening to that conversation with you and Doc, and I'm like, bless him for trying. But I mean, the thing is, he keeps speaking to her from a relationship. Bless him for trying, but he was speaking to her from a relationship standpoint, and he thinks like it's a match and it's a game. I'm like, no, it's not. It's an interaction. Even when he met his wife, there was a dance and a game being played. Right. Even when he met his wife.
But the thing is, he didn't go when I went through retention. He didn't go through the whole list. He stopped at that first part.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Because I went through the list about retention, about difference between a jump off between a girlfriend and a wife.
Yeah,
I tried to make a distinction.
Retention is when the real game starts. Retention is like when you on God mode.
Boy, that shit is some shit I can't understand for the life of me, because I guess I have no game when it comes to fucking wifey shit, because I can't stand these motherfuckers at a certain point anyway. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't like
retention is the hard part.
Retention, acquiring a wife and pick, you know, just like picking a car, picking a business, picking anything like that, requires a certain amount of skill to actually pick the right fit for you, and that's the hard part. Even TerraBand was saying that about picking a wife or picking a partner, right?
Even that's a game.
Yeah.
In itself, retention itself is just a different aspect of it, but that's a game itself.
And so you know what? I think more than anything else, like guys, because we come from these fractured families, we think we can repair birds with broken wings. You know what I'm saying? Like, if she didn't come from a family that values family to begin with, then 9 times out of 10, you fucking with that chick, man, is going to end up into some motherfucking pathological shit, because all she saw was pathology related to relationships.
Unless you have a similar background and you know how to, you know, dwell with people like that, like two fucked up people that have similar backgrounds. They stay married. They fight, but they stay married for 40 years.
Yeah. Those
Yeah, but see, the problem today, though, is these bitches lose their control, and then they get to calling the police and doing all kind of crazy ass shit. That's too pathological. These bitches.
Yeah, that's true. But they've been doing that though. The thing is that the police take it more seriously now. They've been doing that. Trust and believe. Pops used to go to jail, at least once a month. Okay, and get bailed out on Sunday to go to work.
Even my parents went at it when growing up, and I grew up in a 2-parent household. Yeah, it wasn't all peaches. It wasn't.
No. There was not. It was an understanding. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, but this is the thing, though. I don't know why the expectation is that two people who, are living together are expected to get along at all fucking times. I'm not to say that there's no couples that can actually do that, but I'm pretty sure the number is small. But nigga, you gonna be in it with your, if you got a brother, you and that nigga ain't gonna see eye to eye at some point. Okay? Yeah. If you and your father are gonna have some issues at some point. If your son or whoever the fuck, your best friend, you're gonna get into an argument.
We have a better understanding that between two men, but I think when it comes to the opposite sex, it's just different.
They've been taught that if you fail any part of that list that Marcus put up, basically that's grounds for termination.
That's frowned upon.
And it's frowned upon. In other words, you cannot fail at any part of that list. If you don't, guess what? I'm not happy.
Even if it's just this, it could be something simple as this, because nowadays we have women who are damn near north of 30 talking about quote unquote intentional dating. So when you match with a chick on a dating site and she asks what are you looking for? And you be like, well, I'm short-term dating at the moment, unmatched.
Okay.
Immediately.
That's fine. That's fine.
I mean, that's fine. I'm just also, that's just another example of pointing out about how when it comes to this list, you have to be all attractive. You have had all these attraction skills, and you have to want to get married someday.
Okay. Well,
so hold on, let me do this, man. Shout out to Cameron. He says, case in point, Jeremy Meeks, also known as Jill Bay.
Jill Bay. In other words, looks. They got money for looks because he married an heiress that's worth what, like $20 billion or so.
Did he?
Yes.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here, yo.
Yes, he did. He's a model now. He's a model in Europe and married an heiress. Yes, he did.
Yep.
Shit.
Left
start taking off my shirt.
Left his baby mama for for money. Yeah.
Yeah, I would probably. I ain't gonna lie. I probably would too. Anyway, don't talk to Gigi about burgers and fries, man. Only if that will be his only meal of the day before he starts intermittent fasting. Yeah.
It's called cheat day. Okay.
Yeah, man, you gotta cheat. But I mean, I'm slim, man, by nature though, so I can get away with it.
That's why I said sit your narrow ass down, because I know you slim by nature.
Yeah, I can get it off, man. Right now I'm 205 right now. I'm probably by the time December hit around, I'll probably be 215, 220 again.
All right, so, gotta get back out
man.
there.
So shout out to Marcus, man. He's got a elude.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump. Yeah, I'm gonna jump off of here, man. Y'all started talking about fitness. I ain't said much in the fitness conversation, but I mean, y'all already know.
For sure. Well, shout out, man. I'll holler at you later, man. We're gonna keep this thing going so we can get through it, man.
Okay, yeah. What's the next short?
Okay. So, all right, man. Marcus, be good, bro.
All right.
No doubt. Peace out.
Right. I'll check you out later, Marcus.
All right. No doubt. Peace.
And Lion, I'm gonna drop you down, man.
Thanks for having me up. Y'all have a good one. Be blessed. Thank you.
For sure, man. Be good. All right, man. Let's get on with the next one.
Gold diggers. They exist. Not as much as you think. You know how I know? I have a little bit of gold. And there's not been as much digging as I'd hope. I gotta say, men assume there's gonna be a gold digging system in place. Like everything we do is to impress women. I'm sure every accomplishment by men in human history was to impress women. I'm sure Thomas Edison invented the light bulb when they were like, Edison, this is gonna change the world. And he was thinking like, and wait till these hoes see it. You think girls want a rich guy? They'd way rather have a cute guy, because in their heads they can make a cute guy rich, but you can't make a rich guy cute. I'll prove it to you.
Facts.
Mark Zuckerberg. That guy's got $65 billion in the bank, but girls look at his face and go, not enough. Like, if you give girls the option between Mark Zuckerberg at full strength and, say, Channing Tatum with, like, a traumatic brain injury, women would still be like, I'm going to go with Channing. I have flashcards. I can nurse him back to health.
3, 2, 1. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to allude to earlier when we say, you know, women want the package already made up. Mm-hmm. I'm like, you know, these chicks, man, like, if the motherfucker look the way they want them to look, they feel like they can take that motherfucking build them and make them and mold them into what they want and desire. You know, like build a nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. They'll try. They'll try.
But it almost always ends in failure because you can't make a person be what you want them to be. They can't really, in the end, be anything other than who they are.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
yeah,
shout out to Toya.
But they have to lie to themselves to get into it. So,
yeah. You know, my whole thing is, look, man, money matters, but money ain't, man. Look, it's a lot of rich motherfuckers out here, man, who got women, man, leaving their ass. You know, like if it can happen to, you know, Bezos, if it can happen to Woods, if it can happen to Shaquille O'Neal, if it can happen, I mean, and yeah, these guys were like philanderers, but like, how many men who make money at that level don't like philander and shit?
None that I know of.
Like, I mean, like, just come on, man. Let's just keep it a buck, man.
None that I know of. But if them women had to, trust and believe, if those women have to leave broke, they wouldn't leave.
Yeah, for sure. I believe that.
Trust and believe. If you had Mark Zuckerberg, you're married to him, you actually a 10, and you want to leave, and he said you have to leave with what you came with, they're not leaving.
Yeah, man. Yeah, let's move on to the next one, though, unless you want to. I believe that that's true, though. I mean,
it is true. Biology over, that's why I believe in nature over nurture. Okay, the biology will win out.
Yeah, the programming, the inherent programming for millennia. You know, like how do you outdo that? You know,
you can't. Yep.
Because there's unconscious forces at work, and drives that you're not even aware of that are primal. And you can't really actually get rid of that. You know what I mean?
That's that feminist narrative that nurture trumps nature. I said that's. I think that's bull.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll talk about that at some other time. I think because some feminists came to me with this idea of epigenetics, right?
Yeah.
And ultimately, what she said is because over millennia we've treated women a certain kind of way. We've gotten the kind of woman we want through conditioning. Now, if you want a different kind of woman, you can, you know, but it would take like millennia.
Yeah.
It's not something that could change like over the course of 3-4 generations. We're talking about like 100.
There wouldn't be epigenetics. There'll be selection. Called like inbreeding. How you get turn wolves into dogs, right? It takes a certain generation of breeding. So what you want out of the dog. It would take a long time. You can do that, but things have to be intentional self-selection to actually breed that out of the woman or breed that into the woman.
And these motherfuckers don't want no kind of conditioning like that, though. I can tell you right now. They'll be like, "Oh, this is oppressive. This can't do this."
Yeah.
Yeah. So that would require like genetic manipulation.
It would be, but that's not epigenetics. Okay, they're misusing epigenetics. That's not epigenetics. The epigenetics is there's something that's already inherent, but is dormant until a certain condition in the environment actually happens, and then it will actually express itself. The thing is, epigenetics means it's already there. It just hasn't been expressed. So she's misusing the term.
Yeah, but I think she thinks that like women being like, you know, the whole notion of like, I am woman, hear me roar. Mm-hmm. She thinks that that's there, but it's like suppressed because society is suppressing it. I personally, you know, look, here's my thing. I told her, I said, you know what? I'm more of a feminist than most feminists, and most women, to be perfectly honest, because like I believe like if you fuck the WNBA, let them motherfuckers play with men.
Yes.
Fuck women's tennis, let them play with women. I mean men.
Yes.
Fuck, I mean, there ain't no equivalent to the NFL for women, but I'm like, shit, you want to play ball? Get your ass out there.
Well, I was reading this Medium post about an ex-feminist, right? One thing she said I agree with, right? There's nothing stopping women from actually starting their own businesses. Okay? Nothing. They have all the tools, all the education, the money, finance, everything, especially white women, right? You can start your own industry if you want to. You don't have to come in and demand seats on a man's business or a man's board. Start your own.
But even deeper than that.
Yes, sir.
Is Heidegger's idea that Dasein, or
Yes.
human being there.
Yeah.
We're able to create worlds.
Mm-hmm.
Like invent them, like the world of jazz.
Yes.
Or the world of carpentry, or the world of baseball itself, or the world of basketball.
Right.
Why are you bitches not creating your own fucking world?
You know what? To give you an example, man, I was just thinking about this. See what you think, Doc, because this is your field, right? Okay. They've been trying to make a superhero movie for women by taking a man's world, a man's perspective, and trying to force this, like Star Wars, trying to force it down people's throats, right? But you look at Barbie, that was designed for women from the ground up, is killing the game right now. You design a movie for women that women like and they consume it. Why are you trying to make women into something that they're not?
Right. So my viewpoint on it is, women are Dasein just like men are, but maybe perhaps differently. But I mean, but the point is, you don't have to fucking try to terraform and colonize the worlds that men have built and devised for themselves that they're comfortable in. You can create your own fucking worlds and become mistresses of them, stewards of them, just like men have become stewards of their own worlds.
Right.
Like I just don't understand. Like, I mean, at one point in time, I think that this was the case. Like, women did certain shit, men did the certain shit, and they didn't try to interfere with each other in terms of like the worlds that they occupy. But now we're at a state in which we're treating men and women like we were treating race in the past. Okay, like, so if there is a school for boys and women can't go, then it's like segregation was related to race.
Right.
And that's how they are making it appear. But I don't necessarily think that that's the case when it comes to boys and girls or men and women.
Right.
But I see how like leaving women out of certain areas of life could be a little oppressive, and men as well. But at the same time, man, I'm like, look, nothing's stopping the next woman from creating a fucking sport that we've never seen before.
Right.
And that people get captivated by and say, I want to do what the fuck that woman did.
Right.
What's stopping women from creating brand new fucking worlds? And not to say that they haven't created any. I mean, like the world of knitting, I assume, is a world more than likely created by women.
Yes.
Okay. Or the world of, I don't know, like modeling, I guess. I guess that's the world that they've created. That they, I guess gay men are the part of it as well. But
that they dominate. Yeah.
But women have the capacity, just like men, to create worlds. But the funny thing is that men typically aren't demanding by law to be able to participate in the worlds that women have created.
Right.
Whereas you see the opposite with women. They're like, God damn it, you're not keeping us out of that world.
They want to be men, and that's what I'll actually send the medium post. Women, feminists actually demanding that women become men. We want to be just like men. We want to be equal to men. We actually want to take the place of men.
Man, masculinity ain't. I mean, well, the world of manhood is all it's talk. It ain't what you think it is. Put it that way. It's a lot of burdens and a lot of responsibilities and a lot of expectations.
Yeah.
And
that's what she was saying. Okay. In other
you want
words,
to take on that shit, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you know.
Yeah. Phyllis Schlafly, she said the same thing. Phyllis Schlafly actually a feminist. She doesn't promote it, but she's actually what they call a turf. Should we call it turf right now?
Right.
Yeah. But thing is, she said we ain't giving up our privileges just because you guys want to be men. No, we don't want to be men. You know, like I think Mr. Z said it. They want patriarchy according to feminist specifications. That's really what they want.
But this is why, like, I don't know who I was in conversation with, but I was in conversation with somebody philosophically, and it was like, just think about the old pantheon of gods and the latitude that it allowed for expression and different people to take up different ideas about the nature of being itself. Like, you could literally, like, be dedicated to Aphrodite or some shit. Like, I mean, just using an example of something that we know, because like we know more about Greek culture as Black Americans typically than we do African culture or something like that. But like, you could literally be like devoted to Aphrodite or Athena or Apollo or something like that, right? But these are gods, and not to say that they're like anthropomorphized real beings like superheroes or some shit, but it's just manifestations of being that you could use as a metaphor to understand, like, or to take up a certain, like, attack about life, or, you know, like a guidepost to think about, like, what the world is really like, okay? Or you could, you know, be dedicated to Eros or Cupid or who knows? I mean, any multiplicity of gods. But shit, we only got one.
Yeah.
And if you don't follow the exact dictates and the rules of the law, but this creates like people like having problems with identity and shit like this, and you can't like vary, and you can't, and people don't respect difference, and you know, like different understandings and representations of like what reality is like, because reality is not just one kind. So there is diversity in nature. It's the truth.
Okay? Yeah, it is. Yeah.
We don't all look alike. We don't all act alike. We don't all have the same skill sets. Everybody's different to a certain extent. I mean, some people are more or less similar, but like nobody's exactly similar unless they're identical twins.
And that's what makes human beings unique in the world of nature. We can actually have way more skills or develop more skills and can build worlds artificially. Go ahead.
But women were powerful in pantheons of gods and goddesses, and they didn't need to, you know, like try to exemplify manhood in order to, you know, like understand, like, or develop meaning and value in the context of their lives. They can like be a follower of Isis, and they could see that, okay, she's valuable. She's still a woman.
Mm.
She's not exactly a man, okay? But she still has value, okay?
Do you think that machine culture kind of changed all this, where it became more uniform and they started turning people into machines instead of individual humans?
I don't necessarily think that it's technology that did it by itself.
Okay.
I think everything is connected to something else. So there's always synthesis there.
Yeah.
But I think it's a chance, to be perfectly honest. Like, I mean, you know, like it's a video, man. I'm gonna send it to you. I'm gonna have to dig through my archives to see actually when I saw this video. But it explains how the Judeo-Christian faith went from the kind of faith that had like multiple gods and goddesses into a culture that like was monotheistic. And it talks about how like Egypt was monotheistic, but in a way that's different than like the monotheism of Judaism and what it evolved into. But it talks about like the original monotheistic religion. It's not really monotheistic, it's actually dualistic, but it talks about Zoroastrianism and its effect on Judaism later on, and how like it required like fidelity to one specific God, and that God was a jealous God, and that God was an all-powerful God. Like that didn't exist in the world before. Zoroastrianism and Judaism and how it interpolated it. And then like other religions took it up. So you got like Islam that took it up, Christianity that kind of like took it up. So it's an interesting video, but you know, we on that drift right now. So, but I want you to, you know, I'm gonna send it to you.
Okay. All right.
So let's get back to this though before we I don't know what's next.
What is y'all's race or ethnicity?
Caucasian. Caucasian.
I could have guessed. If you guys could be one race for a day, what would you be and why?
We're the superior race, like not as in like that.
Oh, that's mad.
We are the assholes. I'm not gonna be like I want to be black because you guys have a terrible time of it.
Okay.
Ooh, wow.
So what would you be after that crazy answer?
I'd be mixed race.
Why is that?
My ex-boyfriend was mixed race growing up, but he never got it.
Why are you running?
It'd be quite interesting to experience like what people are going through. I don't know, like I've never had someone comment on my race as a white girl.
Wow. That's honest.
Freudian slip, man.
It is honest. I don't
it
feel
wasn't even a
it's-
Freudian slip. It's just like her being like, "Hey, look, I believe I'm superior."
Yeah. That's the way she's been taught, and she's been honest about it.
And look, I don't know why like black folks don't believe that there are people who don't think this way anymore. Like like all of this shit is in the past. Like
Yeah.
that shit is not holding us back at all. That's just a figment of our imagination, that your life is pretty much reflective of the energy and the effort that you put into it. Like, come on, man. Let's just keep it real, man. Look, my first dissertation was going to be entitled The Deserving Poor. And it was a pun on how liberals and conservatives view the poor. Now, of course, the poor by the liberals are perceived as people who are deserving of resources and equity and things of this nature. But on the other hand, by the conservatives, the poor are perceived as people who deserve to be poor because they haven't put in the necessary effort in order to be successful.
Right.
Okay. So my argument, and I just found the project unmanageable. But the point is, one thing I did determine was that like effort is what desert is based on. Okay. Now, desert is the noun form of the verb to deserve. If you deserve something, meaning that you ought to have it, it ought to be based upon the energy, the effort, the work that you put into getting it. Okay. But just because you put some work into something, it does not mean that you're going to get it. Okay? It doesn't. Now, merit, on the other hand, is something different than desert. Okay? Merit means that you have the skill requisite to hold the position, or that you've met the criteria of winning the game. Now, you don't have to fucking put forth any effort if you have the skill. Some people just are more meritorious than others. I think that this should go without saying. Some people are smarter than others. Okay?
Yeah.
Some people are faster than others. Some people have better body capacities and abilities than others. Some people are more beautiful than others. Okay? And more shapely. Now, if you ask the question, like, who deserves to win the beauty contest? I think that's the wrong kind of question to ask. Because no one deserves to win the contest. It's based on merit. Like, who's the most beautiful motherfucker?
Right. Right.
Okay? Like, effort by itself is neither a necessary nor a sufficient condition to be successful. It just isn't. But in this country, we pretend that it is. We link merit and effort together as if the work that you put into something is going to automatically lead to your merit related to it.
That's the ethos that is sold to the American dream, right? If you work hard enough and do the right thing, you will achieve your Shangri-La, right? That's what's sold.
And I get it. I understand. Look, I would say this. It can work. Not saying that it can't. I believe that there are instances in which you putting your effort and your energy and, giving it the college try. I mean, I think that it can, increase and enhance your chances of success. Okay.
Right.
But to argue that alone is going to be the thing that catapults you to success, stop telling people lies, man. Like your family background and your networks can play a role in whether or not you're successful. In certain countries, like how you're born, like a slave worked hard as a motherfucker in the goddamn fields all day, right?
Right.
Doesn't mean that they're going to be successful because the system is set up or established in such a way that their success is not factored into the equation.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So, like, take me for instance. Like, I'm 6'3", but I could have fucking tried hard as a motherfucker to be better than Michael Jordan in basketball. Probably would. I'm not saying it was impossible, but come on, man. Like, it's unlikely that I probably would have been as good as he was.
Right.
And not to say that he didn't work his ass off, because I believe he did.
But he's born with a certain amount of skill, innate skill. Yeah.
He had some innate talent, man.
Yeah.
That he was. First of all, he's 6'5".
Yeah.
He can grip the basketball with one hand.
Yep.
Most people can't do that. Okay. And I'm not saying hard work doesn't. I'm not discounting it, but it's not the only. It's not the only factor, man. And we need to stop lying to people and telling them that it's the only factor.
And he was a terrible baseball player. Okay, so it didn't translate to everything.
This is correct.
Mm-hmm.
This is correct. So, Big Kev, what's cracking, man? I'm gonna allow you. I'm gonna give you some time, man. What's cracking with you, man? Talk to us.
Oh, not much, man. Dude, I just came back from and I do apologize if I'm going on a little bit of a tangent here, bro. I was just watching like my alma mater play a high school football game, bro. I'm like, can you believe, like my alma mater, right? They had their defense forced 5 takeaways, 3 fumble recoveries, two interceptions, and they still lost the game because like on offense, they were inside the 5-yard line and they tried to kick a field goal instead of going for it. They tried to call a screen pass on a 2nd and 20, and they would do stuff like try to punt on like a 4th and 4 on like the opponent's like 32-yard line. Like, this is the type of shit you would not call in Madden, let alone real life. And it's just like, if you're
preseason, though, ain't it? It's preseason, ain't it?
No. It's like the season. It's like the season. It's like the season, like the actual season. And it's like, this is the type of shit. Just like, if you're somebody that's a football fan, this is the type of shit that drives your blood pressure up, because it's like, why would you call that dumb shit? You know what I mean? Just as an aside, because you guys are talking about, effort and deserving, and that's the prime example of what I'm talking about, The team, the guys on the alma mater, they tried hard, but they lost, even though they tried hard, So
there's a book, there's a philosopher, his name is George Scher. Georgesher. And he wrote a book about dessert. And if you want to, put it this way. The motherfucker who's running his ass off, who practices the most, is not necessarily the person who's going to win the contest at the Olympics. The only criteria is that you cross the finish line first. Now, God might know. The gods might know how much energy you put into wanting to win that race, and like how long you practiced, and like the techniques you use and the sweat equity that went into it. But none of that matters at the end of the contest. What matters is who crosses the fucking finish line first. And if it just so happens to be that you have the natural aptitude to where you don't have to practice as much as somebody else and you can fucking cross the finish line first, it is what it is. Stop. So we need to stop this whole notion that hard work is going to get you there. Man, look, you know how many hard-working motherfuckers, musicians there are, how many hard-working athletes there are? It's only a small amount of slots, man. You know how many motherfuckers want to get into medical school? It's a small amount of slots.
Mm-hmm.
You know how many motherfuckers want to teach at the collegiate level? It's a small amount of slots.
Yeah.
Everybody's not going to get there. So it's like musical chairs. We need to stop telling people that all they got to do is try and they'll get there. Now, I'm not saying that like effort can't get you there. I mean, I think you need to try. I think you're ethically bound to make an effort. But do I think that you'll be rewarded for it? No, I don't think so. And we need to stop telling people that you're going to be rewarded for the efforts you put in. Stop that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I think it's unjust to tell people that shit. But that's just me. Well, I'm gonna move on to the next one.
Men can't handle that because it's like they're used to being a provider and feeling that empty space, and it's like if a woman already got that filled, then it's like, where do you come in? So that's where it's like, okay, where's my role as a man? What am I supposed to do? And I think that preys on y'all insecurity, just being a natural provider and protector as a man. Because it's like you got to be a real alpha male to like not be intimidated by a woman such as myself.
I don't think we intimidated by shit at all, goddammit. I don't let y'all talk that bullshit for goddamn 10 minutes. Shut up, it's my turn. You know what we can't handle? We can't handle women not calling us out of our name. We can't handle women that overtalk us when it's not time for them to talk. What we can't handle is women not being feminine. What we can't handle is a woman trying to be masculine like she got a dick between her legs. I ain't insecure about shit, goddamn. Ain't no man tripping on no woman being able to provide for herself. That's called being an adult. Congratulations, you can pay your own goddamn bills. You don't get no goddamn credit for that. China Red, that's like being the goddamn smartest kid on a goddamn shuttle bus. We don't want to hear that shit. Y'all think because you can pay some goddamn Netflix and some Wi-Fi or whatever that y'all boss bitches. I don't want to hear that shit. Half of these motherfuckers on food stamps anyway, so you depending on somebody. The other half I got Section 8, so you depending on the government for your job and your rent only $52. And don't mention the goddamn kid because you wick. That's why your kid like Kid cereal and Kellogg's Frosted Flakes because the goddamn government give it to you with that hard-ass cheese. You know what I say? Goddamn it, hold on. I knew I was going to bring this bitch out tonight. Back to the pot, man. That ugly money.
I like the guy, man. I do like him. But you know what I think, though? I think he's possible because of the Black Manosphere. Real talk.
Yeah, he does.
I think, like his messaging, the shit he's saying, like I think that this space has made a dent in popular culture. I think it has.
Yeah, because it touches the concerns of men, especially black men, that actually goes unaddressed. That's why it's so powerful.
But his name is Ugly Money. Well, he has a show. It's called Ugly Money. Ugly Money. Mm-hmm. And yeah, he's funny as hell, man. Shit's funny as fuck, man. But yeah, I just thought, like I don't understand these women saying that like men are intimidated by them. Like men are not intimidated by y'all, man. We just don't want to deal with y'all fucking attitude, man. That's the problem. Okay.
Well, there's their interpretation of masculinity, right? Just like when a mother tried embody masculinity and discipline, male discipline, right? It comes off as violence because that's how they're interpreted coming from us. So them providing is interpreted as being bossy and being in control and being almost like a authoritarian, because that's how they interpret our how we do things. But they're not able to do it because they're not men. They don't understand it. But they're still mimicking what we call being masculine, being authoritative, and being a breadwinner. And I think there's about 4 or 5 feminist books that say the exact same thing. Okay, they try to perform it, but they don't know how to perform it, and it comes off as and they actually resent performing it. And resentment comes off in their relationships.
Yeah, I can't like. I've never been intimidated by a woman making some bread, man. I mean, if you got bread, man, more power to you, man. I'm glad you got a good job.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The only thing I have an issue with, man, don't get your ass on your shoulders because you got a check coming in.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Don't. Now all of a sudden you got some bread coming in. Now you talking a whole bunch of shit now. You acting like, you can whip my ass now. Like you got a dick now because you got a job.
Yeah.
Like I had some chick tell me some shit like, cause I did something like I upgraded the cable or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? The cable package. Right. And this motherfucker called me talking shit like, how you I'm paying this bill too, so you gonna authorize this shit without my, I'm like,
yeah.
Bitch, who the fuck is you talking to, man? Got me fucked up. I'll pay the difference of the addition to the motherfucker if it's that goddamn important and pertinent to you. But in the grand scheme of things, I'm saving us money, you stupid motherfucker. Now, just 2 or 3 months ago, your ass was scared of whether or not you was gonna actually have a job. You understand what I'm saying? Now I'm trying to encourage you, man. Don't worry, man. You're going to get the motherfucking position. You're going to be all right. You're going to be cool. Stop tripping. Know what I'm saying? All the while, okay, well, yeah. Stop worrying. You motherfucker, you going to worry yourself to death over that bullshit. Now you got the gig. Now you strong as a motherfucker. You strong on. I'm like, man, you better calm down, man. That job, man, don't mean you're a master of the universe right now.
Yeah.
You ain't turning into She-Ra all of a sudden because you got a fucking position. Get some money somewhere, man. Bullshit. But Pharaoh, what's cracking with you, man? Welcome to the show. What's happening?
What's good with it, fam? If you hear a little bit of background noise, I'm driving on the road, so I hope I'm not making too much noise.
And make them pay, Pharaoh. Make them pay, man.
Oh, I will. So the guy that you just played, I was saying in the chat, if you guys actually know him, that's my boy P. Nice. His name is actually Philip Harris. So he used to be a club DJ / host at a club in Augusta. It was several. I know one of them was called S Bar at BGS. You know, as me as a former club promoter, I used to be out there. So he was talking that shit back then. Check this. They ran him out of Augusta, Georgia. That's how much truth he was spitting. And he lives in Atlanta. He's been living in Atlanta now for, I think, almost near a decade now. But yes, you guys' message has it. He even, I got to get that thing where he actually quoted one of the Manosphere, one of our talking points. And shit. And I got him as a Facebook friend on Facebook. That's how long I rocked with him. I rocked with him. I first met with him back in 2011, back when I was going to UGA. So, yeah, most definitely, man. He definitely listens to this space. So you guys are definitely making a difference. I just wanted to come up and say that. I'm glad that you played on GG because I personally know the guy. And now when you played that, I was like, oh, shit. They ran him out of the same thing.
Yeah, I like his show, man. He's funny, man. I think it's entertaining as well. And, but you're going to start to see more platforms and more shows like this because they've become popular. I mean, Just Pearly was popular. Kevin Samuels was popular. The people who would, I forget his name. Alex something. I forget his name. They go around and talking and shit like that with a whole bunch of different motherfuckers. Metaphors. Ace Metaphors.
Yeah. Oh, Ace Metaphor. Yeah, so, I mean, the wrap-up crew. Yeah.
You're going to start to see more and more of this shit, but men are pushing back. You know what I'm saying? Like, and rightfully so. You know what I'm saying? Because this should have been happening 60 years ago. It should never have gotten to the point where men were just quiet and like just ate shit sandwiches. Should never have been this way. And now that men are actually speaking, their minds and offering up their opinions.
Yeah.
Now it's a big problem and shit. Like now masculinity is toxic and you got the wrong kind of crowd influencing young men and it's, a dangerous threat to the prevailing social order. Like, man, fuck all that, man.
Yeah.
It
is. And they're responding to it because they don't have control over it. It is.
And the biggest thing is, man, so this is what I know for a fact, and it is true. I kind of get on black men in the manosphere, but they have a right to be angry with the left, okay? And it is true. The Democratic Party has a man problem.
They do.
Okay? It has a fucking humongous man problem. But the problem is they painted themselves into a corner. The Democratic Party has painted itself into a corner. And I don't know if it can, how do you come out of it?
Without pissing off your base, which is females. When women have power, they won't.
You're going to have to piss them off.
Yeah, you're going to have to piss them off. That's what's happening.
They're going to have to get pissed off. Because in the end, the direction that they're heading in is going to destroy the party as a whole. It's going to destroy it.
And it's going to have a major effect on the society on the ground. It already is. Why do you think the lying flat is a thing in China? Why do you think that the Great Resignation is happening in the United States and men and young men aren't dating? There's a reason for that. They don't want to be part of this feminist culture that's been developed over the past 30 years. They don't want to be part of it. So it's happening on the ground too. So they got to do something.
And this is one thing I just want people to acknowledge and to recognize. So shout out to Taurus from Atlanta. The Democratic Party caters to black women because they still have to keep face that they're somehow working towards the racial improvement of black Americans, while at the same time keeping white women happy. Okay, and the best way to do that is to do so through black women. Okay, but like the left, I mean, ever since the Civil Rights Act, man, of '64 was passed. It's been about white women and what makes them comfortable and what they desire and what they want to see in the workforce and ideologically what they want to see at the university level. This is just the facts, okay? So this is why I say white folks, you should be like upset at these white women, man. But I guess they are to a certain extent, but like all white women are not in the same bag, okay? Not all white women are liberal, woke women, okay? But they're the architects of this woke shit, okay? And I'm standing by it.
Oh, they are. But the thing is, guess who's defending them, though? Who's their guard dog, okay?
Black women, yeah.
Black women. And you had to go through black women to get to the white women.
But, you know, like, it's odd, though, because it's like Jason Whitlock said a long time ago, man. They stuck their finger in the air. They licked it, stuck it in the air, saw which way the wind was blowing, and said, fuck it, I'm going in this direction, okay? So they made a split ideologically, okay? Or they decided to drift towards a particular philosophical bent that, you know, painted them in a corner. Like, you can't keep fucking saying that men are inherently or ontologically problematic and that the shit that you're doing is just like progressive and you're arcing towards justice and it just be a whole bunch of token bullshit. Because like the entire system of the left is based on corporate backed patronage and tokenism. There's there's no real substantive movement towards justice, if you ask me.
No.
But it's a lot of browbeating and a lot of finger pointing and a lot of shaming and a lot of, you know, accusing people of being violent and evil and regressive and toxic. And it's like, that shit, they are the SBE crowd.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to talk about SBE, that's what they do.
Yeah. That's what
it's the sign language. They have to shame you, insult you, and guilt you.
Yeah.
And like motherfuckers is like, come on, man. Like, how long are y'all gonna do this shit?
Because it's part of them. It's, you know, they project because they feel it, and that's how they keep themselves in line. So they project it out onto they indoctrinated it into their children, and then they project it out onto their men. So it's like the what is it, the Oracle in the Matrix, another means of control.
But if I had to hazard a guess, I would say that the average black woman, to me, is more a product of the welfare state than she is the product of the academy. Although they do kind of link together, I would say that, you know, like black women have become more corrupted by the welfare state than they have by the academy.
Yeah, I mean they you know two
I would say by both.
Yeah, two wings of the same bird.
Yeah, I would say by both, because not only that, but you're encouraging these women to go $30,000 to $80,000 in debt over soft science degrees that are not marketable. And then on top of that, you're teaching them stuff like harmful ideas such as black male privilege and whatnot that are based off of lies and projection instead of being willing to tell people the truth. So it's like you lie to them, you encourage them to go into debt to tell them lies, and then you sit there and say the reason why their life is in shambles is because of Jermaine in accounting who's clocking in and clocking out because he's not an air quotes real man. It's not that you're peddling lies. It's that he's not quote unquote man enough. You know.
Well, that's the go-to. In other words, black men. They've been doing that since 1850, blaming the plight of black women on black men. or the lack of the ability of black men. So that's nothing new. So that's been their go-to for 150 years. You can go. You can actually. Tommy Curry actually showed that, where the suffragettes of 1850 were actually saying that black women should link their fate with white men and white women, and because black women are actually inadequate. So that's just an old trope that keeps getting passed around. So Jermaine's been around a long, long time. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, we heard you. Yeah.
Okay,
And
right.
you're right, because like I said, it always was a fight for being a classist and elitist. When people try to say where feminism went wrong, like, no, it didn't go wrong. They're exactly where they wanted to be. They just didn't expect the pushback to be severe. That's all that's happening.
Well, because feminism doesn't work in this environment. That's what they're finding out, is because they put the women in the position, in the place, in the spot that they're supposed to be, give them access to capital. But guess what? They're not doing with it. They're not replicating what men do for whatever reason. They're thrown in the spot, but organically they're not doing what they're supposed to do. They're not starting businesses. They're not starting corporations. They're not being breadwinners for families. Okay, at least not willingly, and that's where the problem's coming in. In other words, what you set up doesn't work. That's what they're finding out. So now what's their go-to is because the men are not cooperating, which is bunk. So you give them what they wanted, and guess what they have? They don't have anything. Like Gigi was saying, right? What did men do? They stepped aside. They stepped aside and let women do it. Okay, now it's. I said that a long time ago. Give them the power. Give them the authority. Okay, now you have to be responsible for not only you but also everybody under you, because now you have leadership. So what about your boys that can't read? Well, what about the men? No, we gave you the power, we gave you the position, we gave you the authority to actually enact these things. You're supposed to do it, not us. If you want us to do it, give us the power, but they don't want to do that. That's the issue that we're having right now. Okay, now women are like I said, the Democratic Party and women are actually in a catch-22 because you produce, because you have control and they're not producing. So now what's your go-to? Go ahead, Doc.
So there's an interesting question offered up by Tars from Atlanta. He says, are corporations corrupted by welfare? Don't forget tax cuts and subsidies are government welfare. Yes and no. I mean, according to the classical liberal paradigm, I mean, any government regulation is a corrupting force. But I would argue that, think about like a welfare bureaucracy in terms of like the AFDC as opposed to the organizations who kind of, forge, the organizations to give like businesses tax incentives or tax cuts or subsidies. It's a different ball game, man. Them motherfuckers ain't being monitored and lorded over in the same way that like the average woman is from a welfare program. It's just it's a different kind.
It's a different kind. They call it welfare, but it's a different kind of subsidy.
I'm pretty sure that like they're not coming over to the farmer's house to determine like if the woman's demand is there or some shit. The amount of restrictions are not as large. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The amount of paternalism is not as severe.
I think it's more the corporations are corrupting the government rather than the other way around.
But yeah, my whole viewpoint on it is, look, man, if you're a farmer and you're paid to not grow crops, man, that's the best situation in the world you could be in. You're getting a government subsidy to not overgrow.
Right.
What type of dude? You get money to not do shit.
Yeah, because they want to control the market. So.
Yeah, and then another thing to think about too, that when people talk about like a lot of these like how welfare is harmful and stuff like that. Another thing that people don't point out is the fact that and I've taken advantage of this myself in the past. We've overinvested in programs such as welfare that discourage that encourage single motherhood, but we've underinvested into things such as say like food banks and soup kitchens, in which don't have those requirements that still fulfill the same purpose. Like for example, Like if you need to get food at a food bank, they don't give a fuck about whether or not the dad's in the home or not. It's just, hey, I'm poor, I need food, could you help me out? They're like, cool, I got you. You know what I mean? Whereas with what, like you said, is with the welfare, they're extremely paternalistic. So
because it still has capitalist controls on who can get it and who can't, and under what conditions. In other words, it helps keep capitalism actually going. So it's socialism that's monitored.
So look, in my viewpoint, look, I've always said this shit. I'm gonna say it again. Look, my goal is always, my eye is always on justice, right? And one can argue, the whole narrative of, socialism being something that benefits like lazy people to the detriment of the people who are actually out there working and doing what they need to do in order to get the system working efficiently and providing, the right kind of labor boost in terms of productivity. Like that narrative is just not, it's not an honest narrative. Okay. Like in reality, all I've ever asked for was for people who are wealthy to pay the same amount of resources that poor people do, or people who work every day do. To me, it's no strange secret. If it's the case that the woman who goes to McDonald's gets 35% of her check taxed, then why can't the motherfucker who's like got 10 million, why can't their money get taxed?
That's the way it's supposed to work.
That's all I've ever asked for. You know what I'm saying? Like,
how can I put this? There's nothing wrong with saying, like, say, for example, putting a speed limit on like billionaires and saying no to like idiotic mega projects and working on like public transportation and stuff like that. Where the left goes wrong is that they promote this lie, especially the communists, this lie that somehow abolishing private markets is going to create this like massive amounts of prosperity, and having like an overbloated bureaucracy is going to somehow lead to like people, having like a higher quality of life. And that's simply not the case. I mean, again, it's like there's no communist utopia, there's no neoliberal utopia, there's no feminist utopia. So the people that keep promoting these narratives, they're liars. They're
this is the whole issue, right? People make a differentiation or a distinction between what's considered income and what's considered assets and what can and what can't be taxed.
Right.
In my viewpoint, that the elite rigged the game to where they don't have to do anything but fucking make money.
Yeah.
And that the money that they do make, it's not taxed in the same way that people who are busting their ass are getting taxed. Like, look, you've all seen the undercover boss fucking TV shows and shit where you got these bosses who have these manuals and performance, tasks that their employees have to perform. And guess what? When they fucking work for the company itself that they built, they can't even fucking do the work. They can't do the work.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, look, it's one thing. Look, I understand that there's a difference between white collar work and organizational and administrative work and actually being, like a person who's making things happen in the physical world. There's a difference, okay? But let's keep it a buck, man. Who's really working hard, man? The motherfucker making the donuts at the donut factory or the motherfucker sitting in the office pushing the pencil, man? Look, I worked at both ends, man. I'm not saying that like cerebral work is not work. It is, okay?
Yeah.
Intellectual work is work. I'm not saying it's not. But come the fuck on, man. Like, you can't just value one kind of work and say that that's the most important kind of work, and that like the people who do it, they don't have to pay their fair share into the conjoint venture called society. Like there's something special about them that makes them not have to pay into it because they're investing in a different kind of way. I think that's bullshit, man. Like it ain't no strange secret, and like Trump talked about it, and like I think that famous quote where him and Hillary were like arguing. He was like, "Shit, I take advantage of the tax law. It's not really fair, but fuck it. I mean, you created it.
Yeah, you created it. Yeah,
yeah. You created the way for me not to have to pay my fucking taxes.
Yep.
Like, 40, 50 years ago, the tax rate on assets was more than what it is now.
Yeah, way more, like double.
But also there's been an increase in the working person's, participation into the tax fund. Whether it's state, federal, or local or city, municipal. It's like, why are people who are working their ass off paying so much? And I don't have a problem with taxes per se. Mm-hmm. I have an issue with the richest people paying little to no taxes at all. And then, positing themselves as being like wealth creators. Mm-hmm. I think that's some bullshit. To me, that's bullshit. And then what I think is even more fucking nonsensical is people who are actually paying taxes who defend the wealthiest motherfuckers. Like, most of us go to work, man. I don't know too many motherfuckers that don't go to work. But then who make income, who the lion's share of the income that they get is not through assets. You understand what I mean? Like, come on, man. Like, why would you work so vociferously? I mean, why would you be so voiceful about protecting motherfuckers who they definitely ain't working to protect you and your interests? I just don't understand it. I don't get it. Okay? So I'm not asking for a socialist utopia. All I'm saying is, motherfucker, I'm an old iron worker. Grab the bar, man. Don't fucking sit there and make me pull this goddamn bar, man. While your ass just sitting like kind of just chilling. You got your finger on it, but you ain't really lifting it. I'll go off on a motherfucker in a minute that ain't lifting the bar too. I will.
I know you will.
Be like, bitch ass motherfucker, you better put some motherfucking sweat into that bar, dog.
Put your back.
I'm gonna drop this bitch. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna let you see
how heavy it is, huh?
I'm gonna let you see this motherfucker. Like, I'm gonna let you know what I've been doing. Now you see. Now if it hit the ground and fall on your foot and you ain't got no steel toes on, it's your bad. But I don't like. All I'm saying is free riding is not something that just takes place at the lower level. It also takes place at the elite level. And that's what people just do not want to see. They just only want to see exploitation as something that's bottom up and not also top down.
Yeah, because that's the American dream, to get to be one of those guys.
Yeah, but I mean, I can dream the impossible dream. I believe I can fly, but goddamn it, I ain't gonna jump off the skyscraper. All I'm saying is, goddamn, let them pay their fair share of taxes as well. Let them put into the pot as well. Don't come to the cookout. No, motherfucker, you rich. You come into the cookout because you rich. You want to pay less than everybody else at the cookout. Fuck you.
Yeah.
But you want to eat big though. You want a big ass plate.
Yeah,
and
like
you want
said,
the best food at the table.
Yeah, well, like I said, again, it's pay. Again, you gotta make them pay as they weigh. And I'm not talking about price discrimination. I'm talking about, well, hey, listen, if you want to do this or do that, hey, listen, you got to pay out of pocket for it. You know what I mean? So,
look, I have no problem. Like, I have no problem with markets. Okay, doing their due, but I do understand that. Like, look. There's no institution in human history that can operate unregulated and be successful for long. It just can't happen. I mean, there's no way that you can have a system operate on autopilot and it, from time to time, have to be calibrated. Nothing. Whether it's organic, whether it's artificial, there's no system that exists that doesn't have to be fucking monitored and regulated to some degree in order for it to operate optimally. Anybody who says, things will work themselves out, that's a lie. This is a lie. It's a lie. And also, again, what I deplore more than anything else, I am someone who has taught the philosophy of science, okay? I know for a fact that the discipline of economics is not a hard science. Don't try to pull that bullshit off on me. There's no way you're going to prove to me that the market is a pure, like there's something scientific about it. There's nothing scientific, really. If you ask me about it, it's mostly philosophy. And not only that, it's the philosophy of what we think human nature is and what the psychological dispositions of human beings are. That's what it is. Well, we think that human beings are egoistic and that, they'll do whatever is in their best interest and they'll do what's efficient and what creates productivity along the lines of rationality. I'm like, man, I don't believe the human beings are rational calculators, even though they pretend that they are. They're not. Human beings are emotional reciprocators, not rational calculators. They're just not.
90%. 10% rational. Okay.
I just, and philosophers are primarily responsible for the whole idea. I think Plato's the person who started it. Like the idea that, and Descartes is also responsible for it, but like the idea that thought in and of itself, like reflection and thinking and logic, those are the things that are going to get us out of the trouble that we're in. Like, bro, like that, man, look, the human nervous system is a motherfucker. It's developed over millions of years. It's not just a part of the human species, it's a part of most mammalian species, the type of nervous and endocrine systems that we have. And the way that we respond to stimuli is animalistic. I mean, this is why like the Egyptians used totems and animals to try to, kind of explain certain aspects of human behavior and psychology. Like one of the most powerful systems in your body, like I was talking to you on your stream the other day, is the limbic part of the nervous system.
Right.
The reptilian part of our nervous system. And it'll make you move beyond thought. It'll take over.
It will take over. Flight or flight is the limbic system.
You won't be thinking rationally at all. Now the Greeks thought that you could get out of that by, just being a superior thinker. But like people more ancient than them understood this is silly. What you need to do is you have to have habits. You have to develop habits and practices that will help you overcome your animalistic nature.
Yeah, that's why martial arts is training, putting your reps in, right? So it becomes reflex rather than instinct.
But you have to harness your limbic system and guide it so that it doesn't guide you.
Right.
And it's just not thinking that's going to do it. It's like it's going to take practice, man, to do this.
Well, I think also too when they talk about the animal totems and whatnot, this is also why like bird predators were always considered like wisdom and whatnot, because the frontal cortex, if you look at the frontal cortex of the human brain, is formatted similar to that of like birds. So having bird or bird feathers is symbolic of being like higher minded. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, that's why they say stuff like again, like the reptilian part of your brain, again, that controls like impulses such as fear and anger, as well as it also controls unconsciously your heartbeat as well. So again, that's why.
I want to answer this question really quickly. He says, what's the difference between someone paying 10% on 1.2 million and someone paying 30% on 150K? So my only response to this is going to be this. Of course, like somebody paying 10% on 1.2 million, they're paying 120,000, right? Whereas the person paying, 30% on the 150K, what is that, like 45 or something like that? When it's 45,000,
right.
Okay? Dude, the answer is embedded in the question itself. One is only putting in 10% of their earnings of what they've been able to get out of the system, and the other one is paying damn near a third. What would you rather pay? 10% or a third of what you have to work with? And typically, I mean, like, the rich person has principle. The person who's working and they're only getting 150K, typically they don't have principle, man. I'm not saying that nobody who has 150K is a form of income doesn't have principle. I mean, hopefully they would, okay? And they're using their income and saving a good portion of it for a rainy day or for their retirement. But I mean, you know how shit goes, man. A lot of people live beyond their means, okay? But that could be true of people who are wealthy, and who got assets as well. It could be. But all I'm saying is it's a lot more motherfuckers who work and who have, money at the 150K level and getting taxed 30% than there are rich motherfuckers getting hit with the 10%. And why should they be able to hoard and harness, the advantage of having a lower tax bracket? Everybody knows that time is the thing that allows you to accumulate interest. So if you're paying less taxes and you're able over 30 years to accumulate interest, who's making more? Who's able to save more? Who's able to earn more? It's definitely the rich motherfucker. But why should they're already at more of an advantage than everybody else?
Right.
Why should the person who's least advantaged have to pay more and give more of himself or herself than the wealthiest, the motherfucker who's got more to begin with? Why? It just intuitively it doesn't make sense. Unless, of course, you're going to say that to some degree they're meritorious. They're not paying more into taxes. They're paying more money, but they're not paying more of what they have.
Yeah, right.
That's the difference, man.
In other words, their fair share. It's by
look, dude, if the person who's making $150,000 a year at 30% is paying more than the person who's making $10,000, okay, and getting taxed 30%.
Why don't you hit the link, Lord Love Smith? Because this is a deeper conversation. You can't do this over in a chat.
But I'm just saying. But I want you to think about this.
Yeah.
Why? You're just saying that the person who's intuitively, are you making the case that the person who's making $10,000 and they're paying 30%, which is $3,000, right? That's less, but it hurts them more in terms of buying power than the person making 150.
Because you're extracting more wealth out of the system. Okay, that's the thing. You don't. If it wasn't for the system, you wouldn't be earning that kind of money. You're extracting more out of the system than the guy making 150,000. Pay your fair share.
I mean, and here's the funny thing, dude.
I want to say.
I just want to say this. I want to get it out, bro. Why are you motherfucking dudes in this space acting like y'all multimillionaires, man? Why? I'm not saying there are none here. I'm not, because I'm pretty sure that there are, okay? But the vast majority of you dudes, you got to stop capping, man. You motherfuckers ain't making bread like that. And I'm not saying that there are none who aren't, okay? I'm pretty sure that there are, okay? But come on, man. Like, a lot of you guys are working class people, man. Just come on, let's just be truthful about this shit, man. We got to be honest, man. I mean, now if you're a millionaire, man, God bless you, man. I'm happy for you. Mm-hmm. But I know millionaires as well, and even they understand that the tax system is slanted and skewed in such a way that it's unfair to working people, and it works to the benefit of people who are already wealthy.
Yeah, and eventually it's actually going to ruin your markets. Because if poor people can actually spend less and get a skewed system, it's actually going to bring the system down. There's a reason that you live in the high tax system are actually the most advanced countries. There's a reason for that.
But anyway, man, let's move to one more of these joints, man.
I want to say one last thing. I think Joshua Fluke, the YouTuber, talks about this. He calls it a corporate cringe, where basically, like what a lot of companies do, especially a lot of CEOs, is that they'll jump through all these bullshit hoops just to avoid paying their workers more money, even though they have the money to do so. So I think that's more so of a problem than people being rich. I think it's you having the ability and the capacity to pay your workers more money, especially your most productive workers. But instead of doing that, you try to basically just be a greedy asshole and try to give them fucking outwardly do it talk and entrepreneurship point and hustle culture. I think that's like the problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But again, at one point in this country's history, there was a dedication to what was called Fordism. Okay.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
But it changed. I mean, the economy, I guess in order to so-called keep up with the, you know, the Asians, the Japanese. I think we were in a trade war with at one point in time, right? And so we started outsourcing jobs. We started mechanizing the economy. The economy became less manufacturing based. We deindustrialized and became a service based economy. But then the economy became financialized. Okay. And so when the economy became financialized, you had people who started financial engineering. Okay. They started using derivatives, CDOs, which is collateralized debt obligations, SIVs, structured investment vehicles. And this is not a traditional way. This is not the traditional way that people view the economy and how it works and how to build it up. Okay. You started getting high frequency trading, people using algorithms and computer programs to execute trades and shit like this. You start getting speculation, okay, taking positions in financial assets, and the goal is to make profits from price fluctuations and shit without any intention of holding the asset for the long term. It's like trying to capitalize quickly, it's like Forex trading. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How can I, like volatility and instability is a feature of trading in this way, okay? Leveraging, borrowing, money to invest in financial assets so that you hope that you'll get a higher return, okay? Now, this is going to trigger what they call like a wave of margin calls, okay? Which, it's going to force investors to say.
That's actually what led to the first Great Depression. Everything that you're talking about, that's what led to the first Great Depression.
So all I'm saying is like the financialization of the market. Then you get stock buybacks. Okay, so it's a company that repurchases its own shares. Okay, and it boosts the stock up. The stock price, and it's supposed to benefit shareholders by reducing the number of outstanding shares. Right, so it can actually increase the earnings per share, and it'll make the stock look more attractive to investors, but it can have negative consequences as well. So, if you divert funds away from other investments like research and development, employee compensation, it limits the company's long-term growth potential. It studies on this shit, right? So it also is used to artificially inflate the stock price, okay? And then executives get buyback options, stock options and shit like this. Okay? And not to mention the fact that the stock buybacks, man, it helped to create the financial crisis in 2008. Okay? They're boosting the stock prices artificially, and they're taking on enormous risks in the subprime market, which is basically a CDO, a collateralized debt obligation to where you're investing in debt.
Yeah.
That's not invest. It'd be different if we were investing in companies and shit like Ford used to. That's not what's happening. Motherfuckers are investing in okay, I'm gonna buy the debt from one company, and these motherfuckers say, oh, how much? Ooh, let me buy that debt for, a fraction of the cost in hopes that I'm gonna get it, I'm gonna get the money back.
I'm gambling, yeah.
That's not, to me, that's not traditional capitalism. Okay? In my viewpoint, it's not traditional capitalism.
Yeah, no, it's not. But the thing is, nothing is ever traditional. People will always find a way to cheat or gamble. The thing is, who pays off the gamble if it's lost, though? That's the problem they had with CDOs and MBOs and stuff like that. What happens when
he said the BGS tax? Damn, he came back and hit me with another one. Thank you, brother. And look, I have no problem with people being rich.
Right.
But damn, just pay your fair share of taxes, man. That's all I ask.
Yeah, because the $1 trillion you pay to the military every year to actually enforce your trade, and enforce the people paying up the bills to keep your wealth. Okay, that doesn't run on nothing. okay, should pay that. There's all kinds of instruments that the United States does that to make sure that you maintain your wealth.
But anyway, Lord Love Smith says he's here. Let's go. So he said his son's party. He said, "Fuck it, I'm here now." So
hey.
Oh yeah. And then one last thing, I forgot to mention. I actually graduated a major in finance, and I actually did like case studies on like stock buybacks, and even learning from that information, like trying to always push for stock buyback, financially speaking, is not cases. Doing a stock buyback actually makes the value of the company and the share price actually go down, depending on how much debt and equity they have. So,
so all I'm saying is, so derivatives, collateralized debt obligations, structured investment vehicles have an impact on average workers, man. Okay,
the money's got to come from somewhere,
and they're not coming from long-term growth. In terms of brick and mortar companies, they're coming in terms of investment in these highly risky, financial instruments, which really don't add anything to the economy over the long haul.
Yeah,
it's just people gambling with numbers and shit. But go ahead, Lord.
All right, what's up, fellas? So my question is, Gigi. Okay, I'm all for taxes, but okay, the question now becomes two: what is a rich person's fair share, and what countermeasures do you have to prevent a gallon of milk from reaching $20 if you overtax the rich? That's the question. I think taxation, fine, sure, whatever. I don't believe in paying. I don't believe in taxes. I don't believe in that because the government didn't help me earn my money. So okay, cool.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Let's not get in that part. So
no. The government maintains markets. Okay. Markets all over the world. Yes, they did. Okay, it wouldn't be here if they didn't. Yes, they did.
And I think he means this in the sense of like Thomas Hobbes sense, okay, or John Locke sense, like meaning without a government to regulate them, not regulate it as much as to make sure that people abide by their contracts.
Yes,
the market doesn't work. Okay. And in order to actually have a government in general, you're going to have to levy some kind of taxes. Otherwise, how is it going to operate at all? Like, in order to have guns to regulate people, to have legal systems, to have, a court-based system, and then, a police force to enforce it, or a penal system, that punishes people if they don't actually meet up to the terms or the obligations of the contracts, that they sign on to, or if they break laws or rules in terms of not keeping the peace. In order for that to exist, you're going to have to tax people. Otherwise, it can't exist. Okay, no system can exist without taxation. Okay, governmental institution, it just can't. Okay, yes, you can tax people too heavily to the point where it's a burden and it's unfair. Okay. My thing is, you're taxing people who are working and who are living check to check more than any other group of people. I'm just saying, why not make sure everybody's paying their fucking fair share, man, into the system?
What is their fair share? And that's a question that no one.
Bro, if you're making $100,000, man, and you paying 30%, I would even say it's more fair that. Like if I'm making 10,000 and you paying 30%, I'm making 10,000, I'm paying 30%. I ain't really mad. Even though a flat tax, I still think is unjust, really, to be quite honest. But let's just run with it. A flat tax, and I'm not talking about a flat tax in terms of a flat tax just in what you pay for it in terms of buying consumer goods or some shit like that. Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like a flat tax on what you earn, what you derive in terms of either a profit or income. I don't think profit or income should be treated differently. That's just my opinion. Okay.
Okay.
What's the difference? You're taking in money from a system that basically you wouldn't be able to take the money in if the system didn't exist. Okay.
Right.
But why tax the person who works every day and who's struggling to pay his rent and to buy food and to pay his insurance and to keep the car note going? Why make him pay more of what he's making than a person who's got millions and millions and millions of dollars, other than to say, well, if they have to pay more, they're gonna what? They're gonna strike or some shit like that. They're gonna move their money elsewhere. They're already moving their fucking money elsewhere. They're already doing everything they can to use the system to not pay. Okay, and we used to. Let me finish, and I'm gonna let you take over. But the point is, 40 to 50 years ago, the wealthier people in this nation did pay the same amount of taxes as the working people do now. Okay. And the country wasn't falling apart at the seams. Businesses weren't going out of business on the account of it. CEOs were paid less than what they're paid today. The financialization of the economy hadn't really, been initiated or instantiated in the way that it is now. Okay? The service-based economy, wasn't so much a reality as it is now. But now everybody's like going back to the way things were when there was a boom in the economy. Now seems like it's something that's going to create the death nail or create a death blow for the economy. And I just don't understand it.
I think in this, like I said, in this taxation conversation, we have to be really careful and we have to be very honest to the point. Okay, the working class man and the man who has millions of dollars don't share the same tax liabilities. And that's just the honest truth.
Should they?
That's just the honest truth.
Should they?
And we have to be real careful about that, okay?
No, we don't.
We have to be real careful.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Being honest and being careful are two different things, right? Be honest about it, right? What works best? Who has more invested in the stability of the system? The rich guy or the poor guy?
The rich guy has more invested. Obviously, he's paying more money into the system.
He's extracting more money out of the system. He should pay more.
He's paying more in taxes, BGS.
Percentage-wise. No, he's not paying more.
Percentage-wise, he's paying more money.
No, he's not. Percentage-wise, he's not paying more money.
He's paying more. Look, my 30% and his 10% don't equals out the same when we look at it, and we have to.
Well, technically speaking,
that's what that's
no. The thing is fair share, right? You can't do fair share by dollars alone. It's by percentage. That's why I said the percentage matters. Okay, that's fair share.
Yeah, well, BGS, I think both you guys are kind of right because when you look at the actual tax code, actually. Technically speaking, like if you want to do just income, yes, rich people do or actually have to pay a higher percentage of their money in tax. You know this especially for people that win like the lottery, like their tax rate is already higher. What they do, however, is they either defer the tax, regular people can do this via retirement, or what they do is they move their money through what's called like irrevocable trusts, okay, or like they'll take out a life insurance policy and get like a loan on that. As a way of getting around like the taxes and stuff like that. So that's what it means by like he does have a point where he says you have to be careful because again, it's not so much about the paying taxes. It's like, okay, what's going to be the minimum of what's going to be the maximum amount of how can you write a tax code that presents the fewest amount of actual tax loopholes? I think that's going to be the problem. You know what I mean?
So look, here's the deal.
But they're paid to do what? Put loopholes in. That's what they're paid to do.
So here's my issue, right? If somebody wealthy was making income, then they would be taxed according to like an accelerated or a graduated tax plan. Okay? But they don't get taxed that way because they don't earn income. And any income that they do earn, they get to write how much income they've made, and then they take the profit and they funnel it into like, some loophole to where they don't really actually have to pay their fair share of the taxes, right? So it's like 50 Cent, like at one time, he owes some bitch like $5 million or something like that, right? So he writes a check to himself like, I only made $50,000 last year. The company made a certain amount of money, but like, that's not my money. It's the fucking money that is being reinvested back into the company. Like people, man, it's ways to circumvent having to pay your fair share of taxes into the system if you're a business owner. Okay, a successful one at that. And I'm not saying it's easy to be a successful business owner. It's probably quite difficult, okay? But at the same time, man, all I'm saying is a motherfucker making $1 million, man, and a motherfucker making $10,000. There's no reason why the motherfucker making $10 million should say, okay, well, you know what? I got to pay 10%, whereas the motherfucker making 10,000's got to pay 30%. The motherfucker making $1 million, he's got to pay 10%. That's 100,000 he's putting into the system. But the motherfucker's paying, who's getting 10,000, he's got to pay 3,000 into the system.
Yeah.
So 70. So he only gets to spend 70% of his income, whereas the $1 million gets to spend 90% of his income, or his earnings, or his profit, or his benefit from the system. I mean, you just got to think about this, man. Like, look, think about it intuitively, man. I'm gonna use a religious example. The motherfucker, like when Jesus saw the poor motherfucker who gave the last little shit that he had and put it in, versus the rich balling out of control motherfucker who's flossing at the fundraising benefit. Who's giving more of themselves up and investing more into, living up to the standard of justice? The motherfucker who just gave everything he had, or the motherfucker who flossed and just gave up like 2 or 3% of what he had?
Look, I won't get into the religious part of it, but the example where the guy had to pay $3,000 and the other guy had to pay $100,000 in taxes. Look, man, it's not a perfect system, but guess what? This is a system we have, and I've lived in other countries before where, trust me, it's America is a better road compared to those other places. But look, I'll take
look. So wait, how much money do you make a year, dog? Keep it, I mean, if you care to share.
Okay, right now I'm making $125 for my from salary, and I'm getting another $40,000 from the VA every year. So do you feel like that you're living the lifestyle of a millionaire? No, I don't. But what I do understand is that if you hit up those people for high taxes, I know what's going to happen to my money. I know what's going to happen to me.
How much money do you pay? How much of a percentage? Because you make an income, correct?
Yes, sir. I'm making income.
So you still paying about 30 to 35% of your income to taxes, correct?
Yeah.
So wait a minute. You get money from the VA too, right?
Well, that's taxes, yeah.
I get money from the VA.
No, it's not.
Hold on, Charles. Let him answer.
Yeah, I have some money from the VA that I get every month. That's not taxed.
Yeah, but that's from taxes that are paid into the system.
But here's the difference. I served and I earned every goddamn dollar of that money.
It still comes from the taxpayers' doll. That's what he's saying. It comes out of the system.
I served this country honorably. And
that's true. You're not hearing. You're not understanding that. Where does that money come from through the VA? Where does it come from?
You know what? I really don't care where it's come from.
It comes from taxes, sir.
Because hold on. Nobody care where I came from.
No. You're not. That's not the point. That's not the point. It comes from taxes, sir. That's what he's saying. It comes out of the system that you're complaining about. Let me see. The place where you came from, was it a high tax system or low tax system of the country?
High tax.
High tax.
What country? Could you please tell us what country that is?
Jamaica. And there's no middle ground in Jamaica like there's over here. So either you're rich or you're poor. There's no middle ground over there. So this is why I am 100% the American system, buddy. It's not a perfect.
And America,
love it.
America is considered a high. America is considered a high tax system, right? High tax country, right? There's low tax countries. Guess what they are? Third world.
Guess what? I'll take what America has over Jamaica any goddamn day of the week, and this is why I proudly fly an American flag, buddy. It's not a perfect system, but guess what? I love it here. I've made so much money here. I've contributed so much here. I love this country. So
in other words, basically, that's why it's important that it's taxed properly, because the system allows you to make money. You didn't make money outside the system, right? You made money inside the system. That's what we're trying to say. The system is what makes it. And government allows the system to actually operate this way. Go ahead.
Bro, like if it were up to me, I mean, to be quite honest, I mean, a lot of people who are making like over 100K, they think that they're rich, okay? And they think that they're part of the class of persons whom I think ought to pay more of a fair share. You're not really, I'm not disrespecting you, okay? But you're not making enough money for me to consider you the type of person who should pay more into the tax system than what you're already paying. I don't get it. Every time I say the richest, wealthiest Americans, like you gotta exist within the top 5 or 2% of persons for me to even begin to consider you the type of person who needs to pay more of a fair share into the tax base.
Yeah.
You don't even trigger. You don't register to me, sir.
Yeah,
I'm just being honest about that.
Saying. But
you continue, bro. You
the
keep
cost of the taxation, brother. How we
the cost? Look, bro, you're being taxed more. I think more than likely you're probably being taxed more than what you should be. You're making 100, bro. You're making 120 a year, and then you get 40 or 50 or so from a package of benefits that you get from the Veterans Association. Okay, so that's not taxable. So that money that you're receiving from them is some sort of benefits package. Okay, get it, got it. Okay, great. And maybe perhaps there are some situations in which I think that like certain benefits package shouldn't be, like when it comes to military service or, you know, like some sort of damage that you receive from serving or something like that. I don't think it should be taxed. Okay. However, a motherfucker, man, sitting on 10 million, man, or sitting on like even larger than that, like somebody sitting on like Jeff Bezos. There's no fucking reason in the world why Jeff Bezos should only have to pay 10% tax. Whereas you're, as a person who's making, what, 120, you got to pay 35 to 40%. He's got to pay 15% at most, the max. But then you get to pay, what, 35% on 100K? It don't make sense to me, bro.
Yeah.
Now, maybe you like hugging white men's ankles so much and ensuring that they get money and they get to keep it.
Brother. No. What we're not gonna do is
what we did. It's already done, man. I already said what I said. I already said what the fuck I said, dog. It is what it is. Maybe you love them motherfuckers so much that you want to see them keep everything. It is what it is. All I'm saying is, dude, why would the wealthiest motherfuckers have to pay less than motherfuckers who are making less than they are? It doesn't make sense to me, man.
It's kind of funny, right? Dude came out and said some crazy shit. Like, I'm making this much money. And like I said before my live stream, it's always some foreign motherfuckers always got to fuck it up. Look, not number one. Your VA money isn't taxed. My VA money isn't getting taxed either. What they do. But to say that, you know, they should keep the system and says, man, I said, what if the system just said everybody who's foreign born got to pay more? Then the motherfucker be crying. Then he be raising a flag, you know, pitching a bitch about how unfair the system is. But yet, when you got poor people, which is the working class, or the working poor as they call it, and that's the majority of your country, something's not right when you got motherfuckers who can use loopholes to fuck everybody else out of their putting into the pot. But yet, the same people that find these loopholes are the same motherfuckers who always try to extract the most resources and say, well, you got to put it boarded up, or I'll put 100,000 in.
Well, look, let me just say this. Like, so look, man, it ain't about the guy being Jamaican that I had the issue with. Like, if you're a foreigner and you're making money, fine, bro. I'm not mad at you, okay? The only thing I have an issue with, don't compare coming from your third world country to America and say, well, because you're able to benefit from the arrangement, that fuck everybody else that's struggling in this motherfucker, because, it's just about you.
But DG, the reason why it pisses me off is because every time I've been around guys like this in the military who are like African, Jamaican, not American, not ADOS, had this arrogant ass attitude because they finally getting a little bit of fucking money. And they're gonna take their little beady ass eyes and look down on people. Well, nigga, you know more about how poverty is. And you know that a lot of these motherfuckers in these corporations, these super rich people, are not doing their part. And the reason why your country's the way it is because you had the fucking super elite siphon off all the fucking money, and the only thing they give you is like a couple of pennies here and there. But to come out there with like some arrogant shit, trying to look down on people, that's real fucked up, man. Real fucked up.
Yep, it is. It is, and an immigrant too. But he says that he made his money and he didn't make his money off the system. I said, come on, man, just prove yourself wrong.
And then he's going to complain about the taxes.
Mm-hmm.
But are those same taxes that granted you citizenship and a VA check every fucking month?
Yep.
Fuck out of here with that. Well, I don't believe in taxes like that. Nigga, how do you get your VA?
Yeah.
How did you get your equipment in the military?
Yeah.
How? How did you even get a check in the military? How did you even go to training? See, there's a lot of smart people who say some dumb shit nowadays.
And look, I heard what you said. I had to take a piss real quick, but I was listening while I went to piss.
Okay.
But I've been doing this shit for 3 hours. I've been doing it for 4 hours, dog.
Yeah.
Look,
It's time to wrap it up. It's time to wrap it up. Yeah.
So, but look, here's the thing, right?
Mm-mm.
I'm not asking for people to give up something, especially if they're like not part of the top 5% of the wealthiest Americans, man. You don't even register. You're not even part of the equation, to be quite accurate, okay? All I'm saying is, man, like the wealthiest of the wealthiest, especially the top 1 to 2% of wealth possessors in America, they're not paying back into the system. But they are benefiting from everybody else going to work within the system. Because them motherfuckers don't work. A lot of them, I'm not saying none of them own businesses, but a lot of them, they don't even fucking own, they don't have to own businesses. All they have to do is hire people to trade for them.
Yeah.
And to put their money in one account to the next, to where, they proffer up a good idea to get a good return of a ROI.
Mm-hmm.
These
but you know what
motherfuckers
happens, GG? They get an LLC, and then they get an S corp, then they get a trust, and it's the money is so fucking fangled. This one dude, when I was taking my instructor's classes for the NRA, was telling me the whole story. He says, "Man, you got your LLC, good job, man. Now nobody can touch your personal assets. As soon as you start making money, go get that S corp. Then after you get the S corp, you start a trust. And literally, with that fucking trust, all you got to do is keep a certain amount of money. You could sue me and you can never touch it.
And
you can't even tax me.
All I'm saying is, man, like, I'm not trying to destroy the system. I'm just saying, God damn it, could you be like more charitable to people? Like, why should the people? And look, this is why I hate the concept of raw numbers versus percentages and proportionality. I fucking hate it. Okay? Well, I'm putting in more. Well, why are you putting in? Because I have more. Well, okay, well, that means that you should be putting in more.
Yeah.
You should be. Like, I don't, like, some guys, like, well, my 100,000 goes way more than your 3,000. But on the other end, that 7,000 that I got to work with now does far less. than the 900,000 that you're able to hold on to.
Yeah. But the thing is, you don't want to invest in maintaining the system that you extract the wealth from. That's what I was trying to tell him.
Right. So this motherfucker that's making 7 G's got to keep the system floating. He got to go out and buy shit.
Yeah.
In order for you to continue to make money with your business. And it's like, come on, dude. Like how much can the motherfucker buy? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I just don't get guys, man. Like, I'm not gonna say I don't understand them at all, but I mean, like, for crying out fucking loud, bro. Like, it's just.
It's called greed.
It's just that Ayn Rand rugged individualism that's been sold for the past 40 years. That people have been the neoliberal idea that people believe in that doesn't work. Right? We've seen it crash like 3, 4, or 5 times since it actually implemented. It's not stable.
Now think about this, right? The more you give, it's not only good religiously and being judicious with your own money, but think about this. The more you give, when the have-nots starving in the streets, they're going to turn to the ones who have.
Mm-hmm.
And last time I checked, you're outnumbered, and those have-nots are going to get what they owed. So I want you to think about that.
But let's move on. I got one last video to show, man. I
Okay.
don't even know what the fuck it is. I have no idea.
Go ahead and show it, and we're gonna close it out.
Oh, you conservatives make a mistake. You can't afford to strangle hope in people. Without hope, people become dangerous.
No, Howard. You liberals have let them invade our society. You give them jobs, political jobs.
Oh, you missed the point. It's only the smart ones we move up.
That makes it even worse.
No, we have to move them up. If we leave a smart one in the ghetto, he might develop into a leader against us. But if we raise him up into white society, we neutralize him. He feels compelled to try to act like us. He loses his identity and his racial anger, if he has any. He becomes alien to his brothers. They realize he sold them out and they grow to hate him. He becomes worthless to them and safe for us. No, thank you. In fact, in his love for the creature comforts, except for his color, he's become one of us.
Yep, very true.
I think that's Trick Baby, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah,
I think that's...
yeah. This is why I'm against this like elitism talk. Like, I get the whole idea of you can't save everybody, but I'm also against the idea of like, you know, trying to stun on niggas just because you got more money. You know what I mean? Act like you're untouchable. It's like, no, motherfucker, you can still be fucked over too.
I've seen a lot of people, man. I've been around very rich people just from working what I do. Some of the most generous motherfuckers. But see, when you're poor and you grew up, none of us grew up fucking rich. We know how it is to starve. Hell, I grew up in a community where you didn't know you were poor until you woke up one day and was like, damn, we are poor, and you're pretty much an adult then. But you never let anybody go without food, go without wants. And that selfish elitist mentality, especially somebody who came from a third world country, you should shame on that. And this is the attitude that catches a lot of so-called brothers and bite them in the ass. And you wonder why when white society, like he said, when they bring you up, and then when you get too big for your britches, the first motherfuckers you looking for sympathy are the first people you shitted upon. You just defecated all over these people who didn't get the chances you did, and then you expect them to have your back. What's the old saying? You gonna reject me 3 times before the cock crows?
You know, my viewpoint on all of this is this, bro. Like, at the end of the day, man, when it comes to black folks, man, the world over, even in America, man, like, you know, like, making a little money is a dangerous thing to motherfuckers, man. I mean, you know, you get a little piece of change, man, motherfuckers start acting strange. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, man. You know, guys start to, you know, flip. I mean, I'm talking about, I'm not being disrespectful to that guy. I mean, he's doing well for himself, but I mean, man, like making 150 G's, man, it's really not like, you're not really rich, man. I mean, you're wealthy. I mean, you're upper middle class, but you ain't like balling out of control. You ain't got fuck you money. You know, fuck you money is like I'm sitting on 75 to 100 mil.
You got a little bit of I kind of still got to give a fuck money.
No, man, dude, if you making 150 a K a year or 170K, and you got a motherfucking apartment, not an apartment, but like a penthouse, or you know, like a house that you're buying, and you got luxury cars and shit like this that you got to manage, and you got children and, you know, tuition and shit to pay. You fuck around and miss out on one of them forms of income, you could be done. It's a donezo.
Yeah, you
in
know
6
what the
months, it's a
definition of fuck
donezo.
is. Oh yeah,
If
you
they
know what the
decide to lay
definition
your
of
ass
fuck
off,
is?
or take away one of your benefit packages.
Yeah.
Shit, I mean, think about it. If you lose that 40 that you say you getting a year, if motherfucker the federal government's like, you ain't getting this shit no more. They take that $2,700 that you enjoy every month and it's gone.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That 3 G's is gone.
He didn't say how he gets his 120. You know.
Shit, I mean, well, if you getting 120, you know that motherfucker coming. If you get 30% of it, that's only you getting 10 G's a month. Period, all together.
Mm-hmm.
If you getting taxed 30%, but you ain't getting taxed on the one money, no way. Okay, so you if you ain't getting taxed on the Fed money, I don't want to. I'm not counting this man money, but you getting 10 G's a month, dog. If you lose that money, man, that shit can, man, like. I hope he don't. I'm just saying, but I mean, dude, shit can happen to anybody, bro. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta realize, and then you gotta realize where you live. If you live in New York or DC, 150K ain't shit.
Yeah, that's true. You know what I'm saying? but in Texas, that shit go a long way.
Yeah.
In St. Louis, it'll go a long way.
Well, you balling in the Lou, man.
Shit, you getting 150K, a year in the Lou, nigga.
Yeah.
Shit, you got some shit you can do. Mississippi, some shit like that, where the Delta guy from, you balling out of control.
Yeah.
In New York, nigga, you stand in a motherfucking studio.
New York, you barely got a suit. What the fuck you got? Like, yeah, I'm making 150K. Where you live?
But you know, if you're in the South, though, if you're in the South, you can make it work a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But if you in like one of the coastal cities, it's problematic, man. So but at the end of the day, man, this is what I do want to say, man. I appreciate y'all for fucking with your boy on this Saturday. The Short Bus Saturday, man, is a great space and a place to be for me. And thank you all for fucking with your boy this afternoon, man. I got some announcements to make in terms of like the donation. So shout out to Marcus B28. He says, I don't understand that guy's motivation to contest the wealthiest people paying their fair share. His lack of logic opposes basic math. It's like, to me, it's the argument that more white people are getting killed in the United States than there are black men. I'm like, well, yeah, because there's more of them, but in the proportional sense, more of us are dying related to the number of our population. Duh. But anyway, shout out to Vector. He says, is the argument against corporate tax law a tax cheat? Are we quantifying and qualifying the corporate tax benefits to the local economy? I'll show you something in a second. I just want to get through this. Mississippi Delta guy says, I know a guy who made $15 million in 1 year from patent. They put the money in a non-taxable nonprofit that they founded. We don't know rich people. We don't know how rich people operate. Also, he says, don't people realize the government's means is from taxes of the working American people? This is true. In fact, recently, the working class has bailed out big business. Or small business, if you want to call, like the NFL, the NBA, and, Ruth's Steakhouse, fucking small businesses. But, hey. He says, I grew up in Mississippi where millionaire farmers get millions in government subsidies. Rich people milk the system. Of course. Rich people hoard money. They are not innately going to put money in the system to help working class. Kind rich people, kind of oxymoronic, he says. Says Wall Street is a state-sponsored casino. Pay your life credits to the shadow priest of Baron Karza. Shout out to Red Falls Black. So look, here's like I showed this the other day. I'm gonna find it. Let me see. Liu and Hanauer. Liu and Hanauer. Okay, I gotta put this back into main scene. I gotta go to main topic. Don't watch this. Hold on, main topic. Man in the house. Browse. Liu and Hanauer. Okay.
Simplify the compelling other idea.
It is this idea that the true job creators are middle-class customers, right? So Henry Ford economics is what we call it in part in this book. Henry Ford paid his line workers on the assembly lines more than he needed to when they were making Model Ts.
So they could buy the car.
Exactly,
Right.
exactly. Not because he was an altruist, but because he wanted customers.
Right.
Right. And if you restructure the tax code and the way in which we build a society, not around people like me and Mitt Romney, but around ordinary middle-class consumers, not only will it be fantastic for them, but ultimately it will be fantastic for me. Here's a way of understanding it ecosystemically.
Okay, no, before you go there, tell me how you create this middle class and what it is that would be an action agenda to see the kind of emphasis on the middle class as job creators that would result in a better America.
Well, I mean, you first have to start by shifting the burden of the tax code back from the middle class to where all the money has gone, to the very tippy top, and bring tax rates on rich people and corporations back to historic levels, right? So, you know, when Reagan was elected, somebody like me had a tax burden in the range of 35%. Today, somebody like me with an 8-figure annual income, I paid 11% last year, right? It's absolutely.
Is that because most of your income was investment income?
Absolutely, because capitalists like me pay 15% on capital gains, 15% on dividends, and 15% on carried interest, right? You give a little bit of money away, and now you're down to a very low level.
And people who work with their hands pay
35%, right?
Yes.
Here's a very interesting thing, is it when capitalists, when people like me call themselves job creators, it sounds like what we're doing is describing how the economy works, but there's actually something far more interesting going on. What we're actually doing is making a claim on status and privilege, because if you were the creator, right, obviously this language wasn't chosen by accident, you were very much at the center of the economic universe, and as such you deserve status and privilege. This is the only way you can explain a 233% difference between the tax rates I pay and the tax rates that ordinary Americans pay.
This is also the Buffett argument.
Absolutely.
So what would you put the capital gain?
So here, this is the thing I have an issue with. So here you got guys who are uber wealthy, okay, who understand. I mean, Warren Buffett among them, that like the wealthiest Americans are not paying their fair share of fucking taxes. They're just not. Okay, we're not talking about people making 100,000 or even 200,000, even $250,000. We're talking about the uber wealthy who are not paying their fair share of taxes, who are sitting on millions, not racks, but like millions, and they're not paying their fair share of taxes. Make the motherfuckers pay their fair share of taxes. They used to. But now I guess like the system is designed in such a way they don't have to anymore, but like average people have to pay even more than they've ever paid before. But you want the middle class to sustain itself and people to keep shopping and shit while the rich get richer and like the middle class shrinks. I don't understand it, man. I don't get it. And then you got people who are barely making a little bit of bread. You know, now they like, okay, well, you know, I don't like my country. Dude, nobody's even flexing on you, dude. You ain't making enough money to get taxed for real more so. I'm trying to help your bum ass out. God damn. Trying to help you out so you can hold on more to the cash you're making. But instead, you see me as somebody coming after your little beans. Come on, man.
Well, notice how he said that when it comes to the line workers, he paid them more money, especially their most productive workers, because he wanted them to buy the product. That's what I mean. You know,
but the issue is today America's not making products. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that's the fundamental problem. America's not manufacturing products. America is manufacturing services and financial instruments. So this is the way to make money in America now, through the exploitation of debt and through quick high fund transfers and shit like this. You know about this. You're a finance major. The economy has shifted and changed from like brick and mortar companies with investment in real people and like real investment in the growth of the company over the long haul to now it's just investment in financial instruments. And then you ask, like, how can this be sustainable? I mean, it's like, to me, it's like a pyramid. It's not a pyramid scheme as much as it is. It's going to create, you're asking for bubbles to form in the economy. You're begging for them to happen. And then when they happen, we got to get bailed out. And then who's going to bail you motherfuckers out? The average taxpayer. I just don't see that as fair. I don't perceive it as fair. I just don't, man. But anyway, so having said all that, man, I'm gonna go up and down. Chaos, man, I'm gonna go ahead and let you go first, man. Since you came, you got 2 minutes, man, and we're gonna get up out of here.
Yeah. They like to play black people for a fool. And the images, all what you just played, is right there in your face. And black people that watch, they're going to ignore it because in their mind, they want to be that head nigga in charge. They want to have the potential, the possibility to be what they consider 1%. Screw everybody else. As long as I get to 1% and up in that echelon of whiteness, I'll take that. And as you know, you talk to that dude. I think he is he from Jamaica? That's not surprising. Most people that's from third world countries now, if they make more than, let's say, 40, 50K, they think it's something. You know that?
Yeah.
Because they don't understand that outside America, and you come dirt poor for most of your, upbringings, you feel very entitled if you're making a little money because you think you're doing better than the next black person.
Right.
That's how the mindset goes. And, like I said, most of them not gonna really get it. I don't expect him to get it because, he doesn't understand how money really works. And it takes a few books just to understand how money really works. And if you know how you're getting paid, besides say, I don't care as long as I'm getting paid, that's very stupid and ignorant. Is my 2 minutes up? Because I can't see from the move right now, so I can't really watch my phone see.
You got 30 seconds.
All right, that's good. That's it. That's it.
Okay, well, thank you, man. Hey, appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. Officer Faulkner, man, go ahead and shoot your shot, man. You got 2 minutes, bro.
Well, as of the 30th of August, it's Sergeant Faulkner. But that's neither here nor there.
Colonel Faulkner.
Might be even Lieutenant Faulkner. Colonel Faulkner, goddammit. Colonel Faulkner when I'm running my shit.
There you go.
The definition of fuck is when your car note, your mortgage, your wife, and your side chick are all a month late. Definition of fuck. But on a serious note, I think greed is going to implode this country like a motherfucker. Because when I grew up, you never looked down on somebody because, hey, you might have to kiss that person's ass to help you up. We're in the type of economy right now that is so delicate, the tables can turn very quickly on a guy like this guy's ass. So, like you said, and I do agree with you, I think the wealthy who were privileged enough to make a certain amount of money should pay their fair share. And actually, you would actually create a better society paying your fair share because you notice when the wealth is shared more abundantly, you have less crime, you have more educated people, you have an actual customer and tax base. But it's always a pleasure. You know, I finish cleaning up and washing clothes so I can sit down, smoke my cigar, drink my liquor, and hang with my niggas.
Woo! Woo! Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you, man. Pleasure to have you, man. Big Kev, man. Take us home, man.
Yeah, like I said, overall, again, and everybody makes a good point. It's like, my thing is about this. Again, it's like, it's not the rich people, you know, make money and whatnot. It's the not being willing to pay your workers more, especially your most productive workers, you know. Again, with the Fordian model, again, the reason why, you know, Ford was able to become so successful and so respected as a businessman, he wasn't just making money, but he also made sure that the people that worked for him could afford the product that he was selling. You know, again, going back to my earlier point about the corporate cringe and whatnot, the problem is not the making more money. It's especially as a business owner, it's using that as an excuse, the fact that you're a business owner, to not pay your workers more money, especially when they're being more productive. Like when you're laying off 10,000 people but handing yourself out an $80 million bonus, that's the problem. You know, it's not the fact that you're collecting a bonus, it's the fact that you're laying people off, you know what I mean, and you know, to collect that $80 million bonus, or you're unwilling to give them a proper severance package. I think that's where people consider is unethical. Because again, like I don't think abolishing private markets is gonna, you know, save society, but I also don't think that markets without any regulation is going to fix things either. I mean, look at crypto. I mean, they're unregulated, and everywhere you look, it's fraud after fraud after fraud after fraud after fraud. So, hey, it is what it is. I mean, people got to learn the hard way, some way, somehow. So,
True indeed, man. Appreciate you, brother, man. Thank you for dropping by and participating, man. I appreciate you as always. So look, go ahead. You were saying something?
No, I said thank you. No, I said thank you.
Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. So anyway, look, man, I'm about to wrap this up. The only reason I went off today, man, I want to let you, because I got into some heated conversations, man. But here's the point, man. The one thing I want you to understand. I am not a partisan political individual. I'm not. The only thing I say is I got issues with the left, but I also have issues with the right. I am not about to lie about the past of this country and about the fact that these people on the right used to be Southern Democrats. They were Dixiecrats, and they were against civil rights, man. They didn't want your ass to be able to go in the front of the hotel. They wanted you to go in the back. They believe you still belong in the back of the bus. They didn't believe you should be able to eat with them at Woolworths. Now all of a sudden, this is the party that you think is your friend? You think these people love you? I'm saying, like, don't be naive. The enemy of your enemy is not necessarily your friend. That's all I've been trying to articulate. Now, you can believe what you want to. You can do whatever it is you want to. You can feel how you want to. That's on you, bro. But I'm not going to make believe that these people loved us from day one. Like, the only impediments to black success has been niggas who ain't shit and don't want nothing other than chicken and watermelon. I'm not buying into that narrative, man. Y'all can go on with that fuck shit. I'm mad at these hoes, too. I'm pissed off at these hoes as well. I am. And I got a lot to be pissed off about. Trust me. But I'm not going to run to the Klan rally because I'm mad at these hoes. I'm not about to do it, dog. I'm not about to do it, man. So y'all can do that if you want to, man. I'm not about to engage in it, bro. I already know these people don't fuck with you. They used to be in the, they got stats, they worship Robert E. Lee and shit, and Ulysses Grant. Not Ulysses Grant, but I mean, they worship motherfucking Confederate generals and shit. You understand? I'm not about to be playing with these people, man. Like, I think they love me because they believe in family values. I said it before, I'll say it again. When did the promotion of white family life include the promotion of black family life in America? When? Whether it's from old Dixiecrats who shifted to Republicans or whatever. When? So, having said all that, man, look, do what you want to do, man. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying think, man. Don't let your emotions and the hatred for these chicks out here lead you to the wrong spot where it's a bonfire and shit and some black ass cross, some cross being burnt up and shit. And then you fuck Biden, fuck AOC and all that. And then all of a sudden you at the cookout and shit. And motherfuckers looking at you like, well, nigga, what you doing here? Be careful, man. That's all I can tell you, man. Be careful out here, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to No Sleep 3 times. No sleep, no sleep, no sleep. Shout out to him. 4 times, in fact. Deserve, man. Nice little. Shout out to you, sir. Appreciate that. Shout out to you, man. It's the time bomb ticking. Shout out also to No Sleep, man. Damn, 6 times, man. You deserve some fanfare for that one, man. You just keep hitting me up, man. Appreciate that, bro. Says, don't forget that Brett Favre bullshit. Hey, man, these good old boys, man. You motherfuckers, now everybody think the good old boys are allies now. Okay? Marcus B, shout out to you, man. He says, I don't understand that guy's motivation. Yeah, I get it. Okay, so I've been there already, man. But anyway, man, appreciate to all of y'all, man, today, man. I'm about to go get me some burgers, man. I'm about to go get me a Whataburger. You feel me? Whataburger, big ass Whataburger with fries. Would you like you like yours fully dressed with mustard, lettuce, and onion? Would you like cheese with that? So anyway, man, God bless y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? Keep doing what y'all got to do, man. Keep being what you got to be. I'll holler at you, man, probably sometime around either Monday or Tuesday. Might come on tomorrow because I got a lot of beef out here. I need to address it. Anyway, y'all be good, man. I'll holler at y'all on the next one.